When you say crash retrieval, what do you mean?
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will.
Mr. Grush is quite clear that he's not saying it's necessarily extraterrestrial.
Non-human origin.
That he's not saying it's necessarily extraterrestrial.
Call it spacecraft if you will.
That he's not saying it's necessarily extraterrestrial.
Then what are you saying?
Oh, hey, little space monkey.
Non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are live once again, and it appears to be that this week is Whistleblower Week. I had some other shows planned, but it appears that everybody is still talking about this story of one David Grush, the newest in a long line of UFO whistleblowers in history. And I thought it would be incredibly important for us to actually take a little bit of a history lesson before we so quickly put our trust in anyone, including the latest UFO whistleblower to hit the scene. Now, we do have some troubling new information. At least it's troubling to me. Recently become the victim of shadow banning on Twitter, verifiably. We have the evidence of that. And this is something that has never, to my knowledge, happened to me before. I have never been shadow banned on Twitter or Facebook or YouTube or anywhere else that I am aware of. And this recently, it would appear that many people that were very critical of this new UFO whistleblower story put out by the Debrief and Ross Coulthart and the people over at News Nation were apparently shadow banned. I'm still looking into it, so I'm going to do a separate story on that depending on what it is that I find. But verifiably, people who were critical of the UFO whistleblower story found themselves suddenly shadow banned. Now, what does that mean? That means that my tweets were removed from people's feeds, including my shows. I tweet out all the shows. It also means that people had trouble finding me on Twitter. And we have the evidence of that. So there is some troubling new information about this so-called UFO whistleblower that we will be sharing with you. But I thought it would be important for us to first take a trip down memory lane. And this is what we'll be doing tonight. I'm going to be providing you with a very brief actually, history of so-called UFO whistleblowers. So we will, of course, begin our journey with Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar rose to prominence in 1989, telling fantastical tales about being a top secret scientist for the government, working on ultra top secret programs at Area 51, and his story involves him being a MIT and Caltech educated physicist with advanced degrees in physics and electronics technology. His education would all turn out to be fake, and there is ample evidence that this man never attended MIT, not the least of which was the fact that his undergraduate degree was actually from something called a degree mill, a place where you just buy a degree. It was called Pacifica University. And these are in the court filings of one of his criminal cases. So Bob Lazar is not now, nor was he ever, a government scientist. Bob Lazar was never actually a scientist, period. You need degrees to be a scientist. He may have been a self-employed, nerd, techno fan, and there's nothing wrong with that. But Lazar claimed to be a physicist and to have worked in that capacity during his tenure at Los Alamos National Labs. Subsequent investigation by Signals Intelligence and others, people got to his supervisors at Los Alamos National Labs. And what they found out was he was never a scientist at Los Alamos National Labs. He was a low-level technician. I've said this before, I'll say it again. He was the kind of guy where if you were a real scientist working at this lab and you spilled coffee on your keyboard, he would come and bring you a new keyboard and hook it up for you. He was a very low-level technician. He did not have the education to be a real scientist. An inquiry into Lazar's position at that facility revealed that his role had been as a technician for a contractor firm, Kirk Meyer. He did not work directly for the lab. He worked for Kirk Meyer. So the lies of Bob Lazar, and this is what we're going to get into tonight, something that I'm extremely passionate about, which is spotting these layers of deception and peeling them back for all of you. Most of these UFO whistleblowers, their stories are built on layers upon layers upon layers upon layers of deception. And Bob Lazar was no different. The man claimed to be a government scientist, but when you start peeling back the layers of deception, you find out he was never a scientist. But one thing he was a convicted, he got convicted for pandering. Bob Lazar ran a whorehouse. There, I said it. And there is an incredible amount of evidence which would point to the fact that Bob Lazar, not only was he never a scientist, he never stepped foot on Area 51. And we know that because a on-the-record real Area 51 security guard who worked there at the time checked the flight logs. Bob Lazar claimed that he flew in and out of Area 51 on the Janet flights, which is very common for anybody that works on the base. But what we find out when you peel back that layer of deception and talk to somebody who actually worked at the base, had access to the security logs of the Janet flights and the check-in, check-out logs. Apparently, there's two sets of logs, one for getting on the flight, one for getting off the flight, one for checking into Area 51, one for checking out of Area 51. So this on-the-record source was interviewed by a friend of the show here named Victor Caliero. And in that interview, which we aired here in its entirety, you could find it in our archives here, that Area 51 security guard, who we can verify was an Area 51 security guard, had access to everything on the base, worked at the base at the time Bob first came out with his story. He said there's no Bob Lazar in any of these logs. Worse yet for the people selling this story, and that would be one George Knapp, worse yet is that this Area 51 security guard called George Knapp on the telephone, found him at his job at a local television station and said, this guy is a fraud. You may want to be careful telling people he worked at Area 51. I work at Area 51. I've checked all the logs. And he did this right after the second broadcast where Bob revealed his identity. Because in order to get in or out of Area 51 or to get on the Janet flights, you have to use your real name. So no Bob Lazar in any of the logs. He never worked at Area 51 like he claimed. Now, I know people always argue with me, well, he didn't work at Area 51. He worked at S4. Yes, a fictional sub-base of Area 51 that does not exist, period. It doesn't exist. And there have been flyovers. There is Soviet satellite imagery from that era that prove there was never anything off of Lake Papoose as Bob Lazar described. So we've got a fake scientist who was convicted for running a whorehouse. One of the other parts of his story that prove this could never have happened is that Bob Lazar claimed that there was Russian scientists inside Area 51 working on the flying saucer projects, and then there was some kind of breakthrough and they threw the Russian scientists out. This was 1989. It was the height of the Cold War. They would never in a million years, ask any intelligence specialist, ask any Cold War specialist, history specialist, They would never have let adversarial scientists anywhere near Area 51 because that's where they developed all the secret technology that they were using against the Soviet Union. This is another layer of deception. Bob Lazar's story has fallen apart in slow motion. Unfortunately, it's taken decades, right? And we have more and verifiable evidence that Bob Lazar could never have worked at Area 51 or gotten clearance to work on any government project. And that was provided by Signals Intelligence, who did a deep dive into Bob Lazar's wife and found out that Bob Lazar's wife, at the time he claimed to be working on secret projects, was actually a convicted murderer with very, very strong ties to organized crime in the form of the Hells Angels. Additionally, Bob Lazar and his wife declared bankruptcy just 2 years before Bob Lazar claimed to get clearance for the most secret program in human history. Again, a red flag. They do not give people with strong ties to criminal activity clearances. They do not give people with financial problems clearances. That's a security risk. It's a huge security risk. There's so many red flags, but of course, along comes Jeremy Corbell several years ago to, take back the microphone, and he's going to prove Bob Lazar's story is true. And all that Jeremy Corbell proved is that he's very good at doing the lie by omission, because everything that I just told you was available to Jeremy Corbell, or most of it. All of the data or information which would prove that Bob Lazar is not now, nor was he ever a scientist, Jeremy Corbell knew all of this. The information about his education being fake, Jeremy Corbell knew all of this. The fact that he wasn't a real scientist, Jeremy Corbell knew all of this. The fact that he worked as a technician at Los Alamos Labs, because Los Alamos Labs did not hire physicists as subcontractors through Kirk Meyer. Kirk Meyer only handled low-level staff, like technicians, There are so many red flags to Bob Lazar's story, but that hasn't stopped the UFO profiteering whores. George Knapp sold this story for 30 years, still won't admit that Bob Lazar's a fraud. Jeremy pretended that an FBI raid on Bob Lazar's business had something to do with flying saucer fuel. We talked to the FBI agents. They laughed at Jeremy Corbell using that to sell a documentary. We talked to the local sheriff in the town where Bob Lazar's business is. He laughed that Jeremy Corbell would use that FBI raid to sell a story about flying saucers. Had nothing to do with that. It was part of a murder investigation, apparently, or allegedly. Bob Lazar was selling dangerous chemicals that somebody may have ordered and did something to their wife with. And by the way, that case is still ongoing. I think I haven't checked in several years on it. We'll do that and bring you an update on that case. So the Bob Lazar mythology, it completely and totally falls apart under scrutiny. And let's remember that a lot of this mythology that the subsequent so-called UFO whistleblowers would talk about was created by Bob Lazar. Oh, we're in possession of alien technology. Oh, we're in possession of alien bodies. We're trying to back engineer these alien spaceships. A lot of that originated in 1989 from Bob Lazar. And I know that because I was a nerdy kid. Big surprise. And I was into like building things and model rockets and electronics and computers and science and technology. And I have followed the Bob Lazar story since it originally broke. And I'm one of the people that got scammed by Bob Lazar because as a young man, I sent money off and bought his original VHS tape. Bob Lazar, Government Bible, I believe it was called. And it was all about Bob Lazar explaining his experience working on the spaceship and explaining how the spaceship works. Of course, if you talk to any physicist, it's sci-fi gobbledygook nonsense that he talks about. And I know people always go, oh, he predicted element 115. Element 115 was predicted in chemistry books from the 1970s. I have one. I know that. We can look at the periodic table and go, okay, we're up to this number element. Eventually we'll synthesize the next one and the next one and the next one. I think they're up to element 116 or 17 now. So he didn't predict anything. And isn't it interesting that after 30 years, there's not one corroborating witness that also worked on that top secret program with Bob that could say, yeah, he's telling the truth. I saw the aliens too, or I saw the flying saucers too. And also, I always loved this part of the story. Bob Lazar and Gene Huff, his business partner, went to John Lear's house shortly before he came out with his story. And there they made some kind of a deal, Gene Huff did, to do a real estate appraisal. And in exchange, John Lear gave Gene Huff all of his Billy Meyer material. Look at the Billy Meyer beam ships and look at Bob Lazar's sport model. Looks like the same exact craft to me. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think it was a carefully constructed narrative from a bankrupt loser who needed money desperately. And these stories that he never tried to cash in, then you don't know the story. He cashed in every chance he got. Selling these tapes out of the back of science magazines. He got a deal with Tester's Model Corporation. He's been paid, I've been told, for that anniversary of his story. They got him to a conference and paid him somewhere between $10,000 and $25,000 for one speaking engagement. He got I'm told he got a six-figure deal for the book deal through TTSA and Tom DeLonge and Tom DeLonge's sister, right? He's been making money off of this story the whole time. The difference is that he never wanted the little pennies. He didn't work all the UFO conferences. He didn't want to do that, apparently, I guess. That's not a lot of money. He was trying to get the big money, like a Hollywood movie deal. He tried to sell his movie to Hollywood several times, him and his business partner, Gene Huff. And unfortunately, nothing ever panned out for Bob Lazar. And you know what else never panned out? Any proof or evidence of his actual claims. There is none. There is no proof or evidence of Bob Lazar's claim. None. Period. Full stop. There's just no proof. There's him telling a story. And people telling a story will become a theme in our history lesson here as we proceed through the history of these whistleblowers. Now, and I also want to make sure that I just state this. There's a lot more of these UFO whistleblowers than we'll be covering tonight. But I decided to focus on the most famous or most well-known so-called UFO whistleblowers, except in one case, which is Pete Peterson. But I decided to include him because I'm intimately familiar with him and his fake stories and his fake background and everything else. But the next whistleblower on our UFO whistleblower, and remember, there's a lot of similarities, and we're going to go over the similarities here of these cases after we go through their claims and what happened with their situation. What I can tell you is that all of the UFO whistleblowers that we are talking about, all their stories fell apart over time. Their stories fell apart. There was no smoking gun evidence, let alone any evidence, if you ask me. But it depends on your standards of evidence. If your standards of evidence include stories and you call that testimony, then okay, they had evidence. But if we're talking about real verifiable proof of their claims, no. And in most or many of the cases of these people, their claims fall apart over time, right? We have a lot of examples of this, and we're going to get through the examples of it. 1 second here. Let me get the... Okay, so next on our list is a man named Philip Corso. And Philip Corso is extremely important because right now, because of this whistleblower, David Grush, we have people saying, oh, we've never had a guy with this level of clearance. Yes, we have. Yes, we have. We had Philip Corso. Pardon me. And I have to say that I'm not an expert in who has more classified access than other people, but I would venture to guess that Mr. Corso actually had higher levels of top secret clearance or access to more programs than this Mr. Grush did. And Philip Corso is an interesting case, and it was one that I truly wanted to believe. Of course, Philip Corso has a famous book called The Day After Roswell. And of course, I bought it when it came out, and I read it, and I was convinced that this guy was telling the truth. I was convinced that this guy was on the level because he was so highly decorated, Philip Corso was, and highly respected, Philip Corso was. So Philip Corso was an American Army officer, and he served in the Army from 1942 to 1963. He ended his Army career with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. And Corso published The Day After Roswell in 1997. I remember buying the book when it came out. I remember the hype around this book was huge. And we were told that we were finally getting a disclosure. It's coming. This high-ranking military officer, he had access to everything, and he's finally going to spill the beans. And the book, The Day After Roswell, was about his alleged involvement in the research of extraterrestrial or alien technology that was all recovered from the 1947 Roswell incident. Philip Corso was a guest on Art Bell, where he spoke about his Roswell story in 1997. Less than a year after Philip Corso published his book, he died of a heart attack, actually. But Philip Corso had incredibly impeccable and interesting credentials. Philip Corso had great credentials, and he worked for the Foreign Technology Division, which a lot of people have theorized, if you find an alien spaceship crash landed somewhere, where else are you going to take it? You take it to the Foreign Technology Division. Any technology that they come into contact with, especially if it's adversarial technology, it goes to the Foreign Technology Division. And Mr. Corso was heavily involved in running that area of the military. So at the time, I sincerely remember everybody at the time thinking, this is it. We're finally going to get disclosure. This guy's the real deal. He really was in the Army, and you could check all of his bona fides and everything checks out. And that was true. Philip Corso truly was an Army officer, highly experienced. He worked in foreign technology for a time. And it gets more impressive because this man was something of a war hero. In 1945, Corso arranged for the safe passage of 10,000 Jewish World War II refugees out of Rome to the British Mandate of Palestine. He was a personal emissary to Giovanni Battista Montini at the Vatican and later Pope Paul VI during the period when the Nazi rat lines were most active. So this man was a war hero, World War II war hero. He saved 10,000 Jewish people from the death camps, right? Then it gets better because during the Korean War, Corso performed intelligence duties under General Douglas MacArthur. This man was right at the middle of history, right? He was the chief of special projects branch of the intelligence division. One of his duties was to keep track of enemy prisoners of war camps in North Korea. And there was some controversy because he claimed that hundreds of POWs were left behind. He testified in 1992 to Congress. So here's a man who's testifying before Congress on war issues and intelligence issues. This guy was so respected and decorated and you know, a lot like our new guy, David Grush, right? Wow, he's high ranking. Everybody really respects him. He's been involved in all these different projects. But when people say we've never had a guy like this before, you don't know the history. Because also, Philip Corso, talk about an impressive resume. Philip Corso was on the staff of President Eisenhower's National Security Council for 4 years, from 1953 to 1957. He was also the chief of the Pentagon's Foreign Technology Desk in Army Research and Development, working under General Arthur Trudeau. So when people say, oh, we've never had a guy that we could verify all of his credentials before, and his credentials are extremely impressive, Philip Corso's were more impressive, if you ask me. This guy worked for a president. He worked at the Foreign Technology Division. So, of course, he had high levels of classification and all of that stuff. And so his book, The Day After Roswell, comes out, and Corso claimed that he had access to alien artifacts from Roswell, essentially, that somehow the devices were just kind of left in a filing cabinet somehow. And Corso said that a covert group within the government, most people would say Majestic 12, was assembled under the first director of the Central Intelligence Agency. And one of its tasks was to collect alien technology, of course. And somehow Corso gets put in charge of that. And according to Corso, they were trying to reverse engineer these Roswell artifacts. And those reverse engineering efforts and him giving it to certain companies and organizations within the United States really was a catalyst for our modern technological age, because Corso claimed that him giving these Roswell artifacts to all of these titans of industry somehow was responsible for the development of lasers, fiber optics, integrated circuit chips, and Kevlar material, among other things. So essentially, Corso's claim was that he gave Roswell technology to these different companies, and then they try to back engineer it, and they created all of these things, including integrated circuits. But there's huge problems with Corso's story. And I think more than any other of these whistleblower story, Corso's story is a cautionary tale when we look to the latest whistleblower, David Grush. And that is because you cannot impeach Philip Corso's history, his record, and his credentials. Those are impeccable. It may very well be that David Grush's history and credentials is impeccable and can't be impeached. But Corso's story completely and totally fell apart after the book was published. And the way that happened is that people who were responsible for the development of the technologies that he was claiming came from Roswell technology all started coming forward. People who worked on developing Kevlar came forward and disputed, no, we were well on our way to developing this, or we have proof it was developed before Corso claimed to give them the so-called Roswell artifacts that they would use to create those technologies. The same goes for lasers. The same goes for integrated circuits. The same goes for fiber optics. So incredibly, it would appear that Corso's story was entirely fictional and could be picked apart with facts, evidence, and history. And it was. But to this day, some people still cling to the belief that Philip Corso somehow was the catalyst for our modern technological age, because he gave that Roswell crash debris to various companies who developed all of our technology that we're so fond of today. I don't believe Philip Corso's account. I did at one time, but I was a very young man when I read that book, very gullible. Later, I got to study computer science and the whole history of computer science. And the fact that this guy claimed that integrated circuits came from Roswell technology, you can look it up. You can look it up. These things were well on their way to being developed, or already developed, or in prototype stages before he claimed that he gave these companies and these individuals pieces of Roswell technology. Many people have said, and I agree that maybe it's rumors or speculation, but many people have said that Philip Corso got interested in UFOs. He saw all the money people were making, and he wanted to leave something to his children of a financial nature. And to this day, that book is still sold, and his son still supports his account of things and works UFO conventions, or at least he did several years ago. Haven't heard from him in many years. But the book is still for sale on Amazon. It's still a good seller, believe it or not. And all of the money goes to his family. So maybe those people who say that were correct. This was one big money grab. At the end of his life, he had a very prestigious set of credentials, and he decided to cash them in on a UFO book that was largely filled with complete and total factual inaccuracies. And by the way, he only co-wrote the book. The book was a mess. The book was a mess. It was like misspellings, and nobody proofread it. There was complete and total factual historical inaccuracies all throughout the book. The book was a mess. But that didn't stop all kinds of UFO profiteering whores from making money perpetuating this hoax. And that's what I'm calling it. Philip Corso, the day after Roswell, it's a hoax, friends. It never happened. Now, we get to one of my favorite so-called whistleblowers, and that is one Clifford Stone. Clifford Stone is another person who had real military credentials, but not very impressive ones. Because Philip Corso, Clifford Stone, in the world of UFO research, Clifford Stone is kind of known as the Walter Mitty of UFOs. But I'm going to read you first his official biography from Gaia TV. Yeah, he was on Gaia TV. That's kind of how you know he was a fraud. But in his Gaia TV biography, they say, in the world of UFO research, the name of retired Army Sergeant Clifford Stone is nearly a legend. I don't really think so, but it is what it is. And by the way, just for a visual aid, I'll search for Clifford Stone images and share that here. And he wrote a book, Clifford Stone, Eyes Only. One second here. Let me, yeah. So, and this is his book, Eyes Only. And where have we heard this story before, right? The story of Clifford Stone and UFO crash retrievals. And boy, look who did the foreword for that, Robert Salas, right? I know you people think he's a whistleblower too. Think again. He's a UFO profiteering. All right, I'm not going to say it. All right, so Clifford Stone is an interesting case. And this is one of them that, again, when I first heard his story, I really did want to believe him. But there's a lot of red flags to Clifford Stone's story. So let's get to his biography. He's a legend in the world of UFO research, decorated Vietnam combat veteran who served 22 years. Turns out he wasn't a combat veteran, at least not really. So Stone claims that he led a double life from the late 1960s to his retirement in 1990, while officially assigned to the NBC, Nuclear, Biological, and Chemical Retrieval and Abatement Detail. He asserts that he also served on top-secret UFO crash retrieval missions where he had physical contact with downed ET craft and even interactions with captured non-human life forms. The official NBC team assigned allegedly served as a cover for those highly secretive and compartmentalized operations over a period of nearly 40 years. So he claims he's working on crash retrieval stuff for 40 years. Stone has amassed one of the largest private collections of authentic government documents, clearly establishing the hard reality of the UFO phenomenon. No, he had a lot of fake documents that he would tote around too, and we can prove that. Okay, so Clifford Stone was a sergeant in the Army. And while being a sergeant in the Army, he claims that he was in some of the most top secret projects ever. And he also claimed that he was part of Project Moondust, which the timelines don't match up. Something's not right. So what you get with Clifford Stone, if you hear his earliest interviews, those are the most convincing. He sounds incredibly genuine. And people verified that he was a sergeant in the Army, so he must be telling the truth. No, think again. Clifford Stone was a complete and total pathological liar. And we can prove that because people looked into his actual real military history. Remember, he said that he was included in working all these top secret projects. He claims to be, was a combat veteran of the Vietnam War. In order to be a combat veteran, generally you have to be in combat. And apparently, when you dig into Mr. Clifford Stone's actual military records, what you find out is that he was never in combat. Period. Full stop. So right in his own biography, he's lying. That's a real problem. Further, Mr. Clifford Stone was never, ever a part of this so-called NBC team. He never worked in any capacity. While in the Army, he never worked in any capacity of nuclear, biological, or chemical retrieval and abatement detail. He never did that. Never. So that's a second red flag. Right in his biography, he lies again. And again, researchers have really dug into this man's military history. People who would know better, people like Kevin Randall. And by the way, there's an extremely funny story. Kevin Randall was going to interview this man. And by the time Kevin Randall was going to interview him, Clifford Stone had been out of the military for 10 years. Clifford Stone showed up to the interview with Kevin Randall in full dress uniform, and he had been out of the military for 10 years. Now, ask any military man. If you've been out of the military for 10 years, you don't go walking around with your old uniform on, unless there's some kind of a veteran special event or something. But you don't show up to an interview with a researcher or an author or a journalist in a uniform that you haven't officially worn for 10 years. That could be considered another red flag. Clifford Stone, to me, is one of the Walter Mitty's of the UFO world. He, like I said, though, in his early interviews, he comes across very, very believable. You want to believe him. But the truth about Mr. Clifford Stone is that despite his various claims of being involved in all kinds of top secret Army projects and seeing aliens, and oh, by the way, he also had superpowers. He could telepathically communicate with the aliens that crash landed. That's why he got the job. No, the reality of Clifford Stone is kind of sad, because Clifford Stone spent his entire career in the United States Army being a clerk. He went on no missions. He was not in combat. Clifford Stone was a clerk typist for the large part of his military career. He was a secretary in the Army. He did not recover flying saucers. He did not interface with aliens in the military. He was a typist. Now, Clifford Stone passed away several years ago, but I once got to speak with him in person, and I confronted Clifford Stone with paperwork and documents showing that he was a clerk typist, that he was never in combat, that he never worked in any capacity with nuclear or biological anything. And Clifford Stone got incredibly angry with me, started yelling and screaming at me and telling me, that's the cover story that MJ-12 want you to believe, Stephen, because I'm a whistleblower. And okay, Mr. Stone. And it should be noted also that besides claims of his superpowers, Clifford Stone's stories got more and more grandiose as time went on. His original story was somewhat believable. I worked on a secret program. You know, if a UFO went down, we were notified, we would show up, we would cordon off the area, all the things you've heard. Cordon off the area, right? We get the Army flatbeds in there and we tarp it, cover it, we take it back to, you know, the base to be taken elsewhere after we recover it. And occasionally we encounter biological entities, living or dead. He claimed both. If dead, they collect them as specimens and take them back to the base and all this. And that was sort of his original story, which is kind of like believe it or not, it's pretty grounded compared to the stories that he would tell later, because later he suffered from UFO disease. He worked all the UFO conferences. This man lived in Roswell, New Mexico, and he was always at the Roswell Museum for all the special events, and he spoke at them about him recovering crashes and aliens and saving aliens. He even helped an alien escape that was captured by the United States government once. That was one of his later stories. And later, as time went on, you know, people tired of his original, more grounded version of his story. So he just kept expanding on it. And eventually, Clifford Stone would start talking about 57 different alien races. He would tell people that he traveled via wormholes. And he also claimed to be involved in all the UFO major cases. And these were the Tehran case, the Belgian Triangles, the Phoenix Lights, the Bentwaters case. So he says he was part of a crash retrieval team, but none of those famous UFO incidents involve any kind of crash or retrieval efforts. You know, so none of this made any sense, right? None of those famous UFO cases involved a crash, and none of them at all were under the jurisdiction of the United States Army. So how would he have been involved in those cases? The truth is, many people proved that he wasn't at all involved in any of these cases. So as time went on, Clifford Stone's stories became more and more grandiose. And when I last checked in on him several years ago before he died, Clifford Stone was telling everyone that he was the reincarnated Messiah and that he had been getting more and more psychic superpowers. As time went on, he got more and more grandiose. He started talking about his past lives, and you know, he astrally traveled to Jupiter. Like it got sad. It got sad. The more and more this man needed stories to tell, the more grand and ridiculous this man's stories got. So there's another case of and he was called a UFO whistleblower. And by the way, one second. It's important to point out that all three of these whistleblowers that we've been through so far, Bob Lazar, Philip Corso, and Clifford Stone, all of them were cash cows for the UFO scene. What do I mean? Everybody globbed onto them and their stories and made money with and from them. We can see examples of this. So when we get into these UFO whistleblowers, it's not just them that's making gobs and gobs of money in some cases, book deals, TV deals, documentary deals, all kinds of deals. It's the people around them. It's the UFO convention organizers that hire them to come and talk. It's the journalists or so-called journalists selling their story. It's the co-authors of their books and their book publishers. It's people promoting their agenda, which is to claim to be a UFO whistleblower. Now, the next one is one of my favorites, and that would be David Wilcock's stupidest source ever. And that's a man named Pete Peterson. And one second. We covered this man, Pete Peterson, in extensive detail. So what I can tell you about Pete Peterson as we go further down our timeline of so-called UFO whistleblowers is that David Wilcock claimed that Pete Peterson had the highest levels of top secret access ever in the government. He was the government's chief go-to scientist, a man that Ronald Reagan called Mr. Do because he could do anything. Yeah, sounds hokey, doesn't it? Well, David Wilcock is the worst researcher on planet Earth. So among Pete Peterson's claims were that Pete Peterson was a science and technology advisor for Ronald Reagan and helped develop Star Wars technology. Yeah. Also, this man claimed that he worked for the Russian equivalent of NASA, the Russian space, organization. And he also claimed that he spent some time in Russia doing humanitarian work, and he was awarded the Russian Order of Lenin Award, which is like our Congressional Medal of Honor. Pete Peterson also claimed that he was an early computer pioneer, and he beat Apple, Commodore, Tandy, Atari, and everyone else to market with the first alphanumeric computer keyboard back in the day. And remember, I've got a background in computer science, and I love old computers and computer history. So as soon as I heard that, I thought, why have I never heard of him then? We did an extensive investigation into Pete Peterson's claims, and I'm sure I'm forgetting some of his other claims. Primarily, he claimed that he had all these patents as well, and again, that he had this computer company, which coincidentally was called Cyberdyne Systems, which you may recognize from the Terminator movies. Yeah, that's how hokey this was. David Wilcock would later claim that the people who wrote the Terminator movie stole their ideas from Pete Peterson. And Pete Peterson also talked about developing incredible AI technology, 40-core integrated circuit technology, computer processor technology that had 40 cores that was decades ahead of Intel and Apple and IBM and everybody else and Motorola's chipsets. So his claims were absolutely ridiculous to me because I have a background in computer science, but I wanted to be sure. So we went to every computer history museum that we could find, probably 5 or 6 of them. And we sent his biography along with his claims of his beating Apple, IBM, Commodore, everybody to market, right? We sent them to all these computer museums, vintage computer museums. And all of them came back and said, this man never existed. We can't find any record of him, his company, his computer. His background is completely and totally fictional. So, and by the way, I knew that, but I wanted confirmation of it. We also talked to early computer pioneer, a real one named Dave Haney, who worked for Commodore International, developing the Amiga computer system. I got to tell you, it was a pleasure to talk to him because I'm a huge fan of Amiga computers from back in the day. That's what really got me excited about science and technology. First computer that can multitask, first computer with digital sound, first computer with a GUI operating system. It was just worlds ahead. It was such an amazing computer. So Dave Haney and I sat down for a talk, and Dave Haney brought up some excellent point. If this man was really telling the truth about being an early computer pioneer, there would be some mention of him, his company, the computers that he was developing and selling. And by the way, he claimed that every university in America bought that computer. So we checked with 10 universities that specialize in computer science. None of them ever heard of this man. This man's entire biography, it appears, was completely and totally fabricated. But according to David Wilcock and the people who were around him helping him sell himself as a UFO whistleblower, he was a UFO whistleblower and an alien whistleblower. And boy, his stories were ridiculous. They were about the secret space program, and he developed space technology and spaceships, and he developed super advanced AI and all these things, and it all falls apart. By the way, remember, he mentioned that he worked for the Russian equivalent of NASA. We checked with a Russian space historian. This man probably never even was in Russia. He never worked for the Russian space anything. He claimed he won the Russian Order of Lenin Award. It turns out, no, he didn't, because there is a list of every person that has ever received the Russian Order of Lenin Award, just like there's a list of every person that ever received the Congressional Medal of Honor. So we checked with a Russian historian. No mention of Pete Peterson or his legal name, Gary Peterson. So his entire biography completely and totally fell apart right before my eyes, just doing a few days of research. By the way, also his claim of working for Ronald Reagan, he never worked for Ronald Reagan, period. Full stop. Never worked for Ronald Reagan. Never. So in some cases, these whistleblowers' background are fake. In the case of Bob Lazar, fake education, fake pimp scientist. He's not a real scientist. Some of these UFO whistleblowers you can destroy just based on their fake background and claims about their background, their education, their work history. Pete Peterson is one of those frauds. It's like somebody just wrote him a biography to be impressive as a science and technology guy. And by the way, his education, Pete Peterson's education, was also completely and totally fake. He did not have any of the degrees that he claimed. We checked and checked again and checked again. His education was fake. But Pete Peterson would get television show deals. David Wilcock would write whole books about the stories that Pete Peterson told him as a so-called UFO whistleblower. Pete Peterson's entire biography was completely and totally fabricated and fake. This is important that we recognize that in the history of UFO whistleblowers, what we get is people's stories falling apart after they come out. So, of course, if their backgrounds are fake, it takes some time for people to research their claims. I researched Pete Peterson's claims perhaps years after he originally made them. I just wasn't aware of him and his claims. And something did not sit well with me with David Wilcock. David Wilcock's calling this guy his #1 whistleblower. This is David Wilcock's #1 whistleblower, a guy with a completely and totally fake education. And by the way, Pete Peterson would be involved in several scams, including a stock pump and dump scam, where they used his fake history as an early computer pioneer to pump up the price of a startup company that had just gained the capability to sell stock. They pumped up the stock price, and then apparently or allegedly, all the people that were principals of the company, including Pete Peterson, once the stock price was all pumped up by him coming in, claiming, oh, I'm an early computer pioneer, I'm going to be on the board of directors here. Everybody started investing in that company. Oh, we got an early computer pioneer here. He's like a Steve Jobs. The stock price goes up, everybody sells off their stock, and then the stock plummets and the whole company goes out of business. He was involved in pump and dump scams. He was a techno scammer. Then David Wilcock ran a GoFundMe scam for him, claiming that the government had seized his house and they were throwing all his belongings outside, and there was bulldozers outside, and the police were ransacking his house, and they even took his mother's ashes, the urn with his mother's ashes, and they were destroying all of his papers and his important documents. So David Wilcock runs a GoFundMe scam for him. They collect something like $60,000, but David Wilcock forgets to tell everybody. And by the way, they claimed he was a UFO whistleblower in the GoFundMe scam. David Wilcock forgets to tell everybody that this man's entire biography is fictional. He's not a UFO whistleblower. He's not a government insider. He never worked for the government. He's a complete and total fraud. But David Wilcock and him do this GoFundMe scam, raise $60,000. We checked into that. What really happened is that this man's home was foreclosed on years prior to the GoFundMe scam. And it was already sheriff saled, which means no amount of money would have gotten him his home back. But the bank gave him literally years to get his stuff out of the home. And we talked to somebody who was at the site while the cleaning company, or more like a clean out company, was cleaning out that property, and it was a hoarding nightmare mess. And Pete Peterson's home that was foreclosed on, which actually he had no legal right to anyway, because it was his girlfriend's home, not his home. His name wasn't on the deed when it was foreclosed on and sold at sheriff's auction. It turns out David Wilcock and this guy claimed there was millions of dollars worth of scientific equipment in that home. According to the people cleaning out the home, that home was a hoarding rat's nest nightmare mess. And it was filled with, get this, dead cats and bottles of piss. There were saved bottles of urine, human urine, all over the house. So not only was this guy a complete and total fraud, he was some kind of wackadoo that was saving his own piss and filled up an entire house full of bottles of piss. There was no expensive scientific equipment in the home. There was no secret documents. And by the way, David Wilcock and him lied to everybody. There was no bulldozers. There was no police. The police never even entered the home. I talked to them. Pete Peterson's entire story falls apart. He's not a UFO whistleblower. He was a mentally sick, I believe he was a mentally sick, ill man. But even his death did not stop David Wilcock from trying to profit from this guy. David Wilcock profited from this fake whistleblower for years. Even after his death, David Wilcock, still to this day, David Wilcock makes videos and said, Pete Peterson, my #1 whistleblower, told me the guy's a complete and total fraud. Who cares what he told you? The guy's saving bottles of piss and he's got dead cats all over his house. There's no secret technology in his house. There's dead cats and bottles of pee. Gross. But even after he died, David Wilcock is still profiting from him. He has not milked his #1 fake fraud source enough, because in one monetized YouTube video, David Wilcock claimed that Pete Peterson was murdered by an accidental injection at the nursing home where he died. We called the nurses. We checked into that nursing home. None of that ever happened. If there's an accidental death due to an injection that was given in error, there's a whole investigation. There was no investigation. The guy just died of natural causes. He was old as dirt, right? Didn't stop David Wilcock from trying to milk him for one more fake story that he could make money from. And so Pete Peterson, UFO government insider whistleblower, complete and total fraud. Are we getting the theme here now, right? These whistleblowers are not what they appear to be. Next, we get to Corey Goode, which after Pete Peterson, Corey Goode became David Wilcock's #1 whistleblower. And I don't want to waste too much time on Corey Goode because everybody knows that guy's a joke. But Corey Goode rose to prominence after hooking up with David Wilcock and becoming his partner in a television show. Well, streaming. Everybody always says TV show. Some streaming service show on Gaia TV network. And Gaia TV, a lot of people forget this, but before Lou Elizondo, the big guy that everybody was talking about that dominated every conversation in UFO land for years was Corey Goode. Essentially, Corey Goode told a fantastical story about being kidnapped as a child from school and trained in a secret program because he was an intuitive empath. Yeah, he had superpowers. Eventually, Corey Goode recovered memories of being part of a secret space program. And it got wilder and wilder from there. Corey Goode went on this television show and told stories of his Buck Rogers science fiction fantasy time travel adventures for literally, I think, 5 years. Interestingly, Corey Goode never provided a single shred of evidence, but he told people he time traveled, he met multiple species of aliens in space, he went to the moon, he went to Mars, and he built a base on Mars. He talked to the inner Earth anchovy people, Anchar, and they were future Earth species that somehow contacted him. And oh, it gets really ridiculous the longer that you listen to Corey Goode, the more ridiculous his stories got, because he constantly needed material to sell stupid people for the Gaia television show. And eventually he left Gaia TV because they started bringing in other so-called whistleblowers like Emery Smith, who's another fraud that didn't make this list but is a fake UFO whistleblower. So Corey Goode leaves Gaia TV. Then he creates these documentaries with David Wilcock, and all of that is the subject of all of these lawsuits that we've talked about. But interestingly, Corey Goode, he made the most fantastical claims you've ever heard. He's going on secret space missions. He's Earth's ambassador. The aliens picked him out of everybody else to represent the human race in some galactic garbage federation. It sounds like the guy was watching too much Star Trek. And I have noticed that he stole a lot of stories, in my opinion, from other even lesser known science fiction fantasy shows like Stargate SG-1 and Babylon 5 and Deep Space Nine. And yeah. And interestingly, also, there is some episodes of Star Trek that you can tell he stole, in my opinion. You can tell he took his stories from them. Somebody just pointed me out that one of Corey Good's stories directly corresponds to a series of 3 episodes on Star Trek Enterprise, which is a lesser known Star Trek show, but it's still out there. Interestingly, also, all of Corey Good's stories were in a book, essentially. Most of his stories, the 20 and Back and the Recovered Memories and Going to Mars and all this stuff, was in a free ebook called The Mars Chronicles, I believe, that was out several years before Corey Good. And nothing that Corey Good ever said was original. It was like cobbled together from all over conspiracy land. So Corey Good's stories were worthless because they did not include a single shred of any evidence. If you're going to tell people you're going to space, this guy said spaceships landed in his backyard to take him to a secret moon base on the moon. And nobody else saw that but him. And of course, there was the stuff about the moon. Corey Good claimed that he built Mars bases while he was living on Mars. It gets more and more stupid and ridiculous as time goes on. But what happened is Corey Good sued all of his business partners in those documentaries, claiming they were embezzling from him. And he took control of these accounts, and then he sued the people, and nobody's gotten paid in 2 years. And Corey Good's keeping all the money, allegedly. It's a big mess. But during those court cases, Corey Good was forced to give depositions, and he had to admit, and he did admit under oath, that he's never even been to space. So some alien UFO whistleblower, right? He's a secret space program whistleblower, and he's telling us the truth about the secret space program. The guy spent years of his life telling secret space stories of him being a secret astronaut. And anyway, under oath, he had to admit that he'd never been to Mars, he'd never been to the moon, he's never been to space. Here's one of my favorites, where he says he never said that he lived on Mars. He never said that he's been to Mars. But then we see that he did say those things.
Never lived on Mars. No, never said that.
You never said that you lived on Mars?
No.
They would ship, everything was prefabricated. Everything had been put together on Earth, designed to go together like a puzzle, puzzle by numbers. And I helped actually to build out an outpost on Mars. And we used a lot of the local materials on the surface after they had built below ground. And it was very much like this. It was much lower tech than you would expect.
Never lived on Mars. No, never said that.
You never said that you lived on Mars?
No.
It gets extremely laughable. He also said that spaceships landed in his backyard. His neighbors, nobody saw the spaceships. So here is another so-called whistleblower who spent, you know, I always think it's interesting too to see how long does it take from the time a whistleblower or so-called whistleblower first comes out until their entire story is shot to crap, right? You know, sometimes it takes years, and the whole time that their story is being investigated and scrutinized and debunked, they're making lots of money. Corey Good has made millions of dollars in some people's estimates, honestly, including mine. He made $750,000 gross from one online course. That's in the court deposition. Hundreds of thousands of dollars on these documentaries, perhaps hundreds of thousands of dollars from Gaia TV. They redacted how much they paid him to be a so-called performer for them, right? Right? And why is the so-called whistleblower getting TV show deals or streaming service deals or documentary deals and book deals? There's always a deal attached to the UFO whistleblower. And I predict something right now. This new whistleblower is going to be in either a television show or a documentary. Guarantee it. I absolutely guarantee that this so-called new whistleblower, David Grush, is going to be in documentaries, television shows, something. So we've come to Corey Goode, when it comes to Corey Goode, he is laughable. And I'm not sure if it's true, but I've heard rumors that he went to Contact in the Desert and he was the laughing stock of that whole convention. Like people were just whispering and pointing and like, there's the guy who just got caught. He punked himself. And the interesting part of Corey Goode is that he brought his own downfall on himself. Pride, they say, does come before the fall. And this guy was so arrogant, he starts suing everybody, blaming everybody for his problems. And because he started suing all his business partners, he was forced to give these depositions in which we get the stunning revelation that this so-called secret space program insider who spent 8 years of his life telling his stories about going to space never went to space physically. He might have went there astrally, though. It's totally, Corey Goode is a joke, totally ridiculous, right? But important history lesson for not just believing people's claims. Next, we get, in our timeline of UFO whistleblowers, we get to Lou Elizondo. Lou Elizondo shot to instant fame because of a New York Times article written by the same people who wrote this article about the new guy, right? Same people, Leslie Kean and Blumenthal. Leslie Kane, all right? I'll say it right. The lady spells her name K-E-A-N. That's Keen to me. But no, she wants people to say Kane because she wants to be different. Okay, Leslie Kane and Blumenthal wrote the original New York Times article calling Lou Elizondo a Pentagon whistleblower. And they said in that article that he ran a $22 million UFO program for the Pentagon, and he was its director. It turns out that none of that is true. And the very same people that are selling this story in 2016, 2017 sold us the Lou Elizondo story. And now anybody with a brain can go through that original article and see that it is filled with complete and total lies, factual inaccuracies. And by the way, the primary source of that article about Lou Elizondo was Lou Elizondo. So who lied to those journalists? One can only assume, because the program that Mr. Elizondo claimed to be a part of didn't actually ever officially exist. And remember, we talked about the layers of deception. There was a lot of layers of deception behind the Lou Elizondo story. He purposefully conflated two different things, OSAP and ATIP. And why would he do that? Why would he purposefully mislead journalists? And you could call it misleading them, or you could call it lying to them. He said he was the director of a $22 million program, but it turns out the $22 million was for a program years before his involvement. And they spent all that money, and then the program went under. No more funding. But Lou Elizondo created an imaginary, I'm assuming, an imaginary Pentagon program in his head in the land of make-believe that he was the director of, that had all this funding, but it didn't have any funding. So the same people who were bringing us this story brought us a completely and totally factually inaccurate fake story. Lou Elizondo is a fake story. And I don't care how many times he gets the GQ Hero of the Year award. He never ran any Pentagon UFO program. He was not the director of, he was the director of the land of make-believe UFO program. And everybody called Lou Elizondo a whistleblower. And it took years, but his entire story came crashing down. The Pentagon denied that he ran a program several times. Oh, but he did get a letter from Harry Reid saying that he did, but that guy's dead. And I don't trust him because he was part of the original scam to give $22 million to his longtime campaign contributor, Bob Bigelow, so that they could study the ranch that Bob Bigelow owned. And Leslie Kean purposefully misled everyone in that story because she left out all the stuff about, you know, Bob Bigelow and the 22 million and where it really went. It went to study poltergeists and demons and werewolves and dog-headed people, man. and dino beavers, dude. Lou Elizondo had nothing to do with that $22 million. He should not have misled journalists. Did he mislead them, or did they help him carefully craft his story to sell a narrative? Because that's what we were sold. Lou Elizondo is not a UFO whistleblower because all he brought us was 3 videos, and those videos are worthless. They are worthless garbage. I remember, too, that Lou Elizondo, of course, was involved in TTSA, which many people seem to think was a techno scam now. Hindsight is always 20/20, but they raised a few $1 million and they promised everybody a spaceship, and nobody knows where the spaceship is. But Tom DeLonge and his sister made a lot of money. I'm not sure how much Lou Elizondo made. And there was also the History Channel television show deal. Remember, there's always a deal. You always get some kind of deal if you're going to be a UFO whistleblower. And when people say, well, we've never had a guy like this David Grush with all these impressive credentials. No, Lou Elizondo's credentials all checked out. His background, the fact that he worked for the Pentagon in intelligence capacity, that checked out. His credentials were good. But he misled everyone, including the American public and the UFO community. Later, Mr. Elizondo would even admit that he was sent into the UFO community to use his counterintelligence skills. And I find that incredibly disturbing, that he actually just basically admitted it. He basically just admitted it. I was a counterintelligence guy, and I was sent into the UFO community. And this is a clip from that.
It's about truth. It's about disclosure. It's about transparency. And if it means that I don't get my day in the spotlight, then that's okay, because it's not about that. It never was about that. I didn't leave the Department of Defense because I wanted my day in the spotlight. I left the Department of Defense, ironically enough, to finish the very mission they gave me in the first place. I didn't ask for it. I'm not a UFO guy. I'm not a ufologist. I never have been. I never will be. I'm a counterterrorism and counterespionage guy. I do counterintelligence, counterinsurgencies. That's what I do. And it just so happens that in 2008, I was asked to apply those same skill sets into the UFO community. But I'm not a UFO guy. And so for me, it's all about the truth. Whether I'm hunting a terrorist or a spy or a UFO, the bottom line is the truth is the truth. I'm a counterterrorism and counterespionage guy. I do counterintelligence, counterinsurgencies. That's what I do. And it just so happens that in 2008, I was asked to apply those same skill sets into the UFO community.
Yeah. Who asked him to deploy his counter-espionage and counterintelligence skills into the UFO community? We may never know. Was Lou Elizondo a real whistleblower? Well, you'd have to come with some evidence. And Lou Elizondo has been caught like pushing garbage, fake documents, or not fake documents, but documents that were like garbage, right? He brought us 3 videos that have been largely debunked as nothing extraordinary. They weren't what he claimed they were. Remember the Go Fast? Oh, this thing's really booking. Turns out that was fake. It was going 40 miles an hour, right? He brought us nothing, but he sure took a lot, because he took money with TTSA from the UFO community. He took money to be in this History Channel documentary series, which, by the way, regardless of how I feel about Elizondo, I think that was the worst UFO show I've ever seen in my life. And I've seen a lot of pretty hokey bad UFO shows. It was basically Lou and his friends walking around repeating the same stuff that was in the New York Times original article for, episode upon episode upon. It was garbage. So he's been a taker, right? Now he tried to start a lot of different for-profit companies, including Skyfort with Sean Cahill, another UFO profiteering huckster friend of his. And he's not a whistleblower because he didn't do the things that he claimed. He claimed that he was the director of a $22 million official Pentagon UFO program. Didn't exist. Didn't exist except in the land of make-believe. So, but I think it's awesome. For forever and a day, I will give Lou Elizondo credit. He's the director of the UFO program in the land of make-believe, and he always will be. I don't care what he does. You know, he did a lot of good things for disclosure. No, he didn't. You're stupid if you believe that. He filled his pocket with every UFO dollar he can, and then he went running out of here when his whole story came crashing down. And that brings us to today. Lou Elizondo was the talk of the town for years now, right? But now, through the lens of time, we can see who and what Lou Elizondo really was. In my opinion, he was not a whistleblower. He was never a whistleblower. He was an opportunist who perhaps, while working at his boring regular day job at a desk inside the Pentagon, looked into some UFO stuff, found some videos, somehow got him out of the Pentagon. That's a whole story in and of itself, right? Those videos were never intended for public release, at least to my knowledge, but they were. And this man took these videos, somehow got them declassified, but not really declassified for internal use only, used by the government, labeling them balloons, drones, etc. So then somehow those 3 videos get covertly spirited out of the Pentagon to awaiting Christopher Mellon in the parking lot. So Lou Elizondo is the one who declassified them for internal use only. And then somehow those videos get put in the hands of Christopher Mellon, who's waiting in the Pentagon parking lot for them. And then those 3 videos end up at TTSA, where they tell everybody they're going to bring about disclosure, invest in our company. We're going to build a spaceship with a revolutionary power source. It's going to change the world. They built nothing. They took everybody's money. I'm still waiting for somebody that gave them money to tell me how they made out on their investment. How did that work out for you? Did you get anything back, or did they just keep all your money and you never saw a dime? I'd like to know. Contact me if you were an original TTSA investor at truthseekershow@gmail.com. And here's where things get troubling. There are substantial, apparently, ties between Mr. Lou Elizondo and this new whistleblower, David Grush. Brian Bender, who was one of the original journalists who covered Lou's story and later, I believe, became a critic of Lou Elizondo, claims that Lou Elizondo groomed this latest whistleblower for several years. That's very troubling, because if you got one guy who claimed to be a whistleblower that wasn't, right, and his whole story comes crashing down, now all of a sudden, oh, we've got a new whistleblower for you. And he has close associations or ties to Lou Elizondo, as well as many other people that you may be familiar with, like Dr. Gary Nolan, who he's going on trips to Canada with to talk to Canadian Parliament members. We covered that exclusive story here. See our previous coverage of that. He's connected to a lot of different people. And the person vouching for this man, who said that he is unimpeachable, has direct ties to Hal Puthoff, who was also involved in TTSA. So it would appear that this person is involved with all the people that brought us the TTSA garbage techno scam. That is very, very troubling. That, to me, should be a huge red flag. Oh, this guy's in with all the people who brought us the TTSA lies and the Lou Elizondo fake ATIP lies. And the you know, apparently the director of the UFO program in the land of make-believe, Lou Elizondo, is directly tied to this guy, the new whistleblower. And that's very, very troubling to me. So David Grush is just the latest, my friends, in a long line of so-called UFO whistleblowers. And I wanted to take a moment, of course, here to try to try to be, I suppose, try to be diplomatic about something. Many of you true believers, and by the way, there's nothing wrong with being like that, but many of you true believers are very angry and upset with me for my coverage of this new whistleblower. I've had people telling me things like, Stephen, we haven't had anything this good in years. Just let us have this one, sit it out, this and that. No, I can't and I won't. I'm sorry. And some of these true believers do not know the history that I have laid out for you tonight of these so-called UFO whistleblowers. Now, I want to be the first to say that I hope I'm wrong about this David Grush, and I hope we get the proof of alien technology and bodies next week or next month. And I, for one, would celebrate that. However, we have just gone over some history of UFO whistleblowers. We've gone over Bob Lazar, Philip Corso, Clifford Stone, Pete Peterson, Corey Goode, and Lou Elizondo. And we can talk for a moment about the similarities. Here are the similarities. Every one of those people sought to, and indeed did, make lots of money by claiming to be a so-called UFO whistleblower. All of them made some pretty fantastical claims, and none of them ever proved their fantastical claims. So we have only, by the way, presented to you a brief history tonight of 6 so-called UFO whistleblowers. The 6 most famous, I believe, except for Pete Peterson, but I wanted to include him because I'm intimately knowledgeable of him. 5 of the most famous so-called UFO whistleblowers. All 5 and 6, if you count Pete Peterson, were not what they pretended to be. They pushed forth a narrative, a story about them that they were a whistleblower. And all 6 of them, their stories fell apart. It took time. It took research and dedication of people that were really interested in the real truth, not the manufactured, built upon layers and layers of deception truth that they're selling, but the real truth. But in each of these cases of these 6 so-called whistleblowers before Dave Grush, their stories fell apart. They never proved their original claims. They never provided any smoking gun proof or evidence of alien technology, alien crash retrievals, alien bodies, or back engineering. Full stop. Done. All 6 of them claimed all these things, and they never proved it. Bob Lazar's had 30 plus years to prove his claims. All that we have, all Bob Lazar really proved is that every once in a while he likes to come back to the UFO world to get a shot of money, right? And on it goes. We've got these 6 whistleblowers who have produced documentaries, films, books, television shows. In Lou Elizondo's cases, thousands of monetized interviews on YouTube, right? And there's no evidence. There's no proof of their claims. All 6 of them, so-called UFO whistleblowers that came before this David Grush, all their stories fell apart in time. All their stories were not what they pretended them to actually be. So when people get upset with me for being too cynical or critical or skeptical, I've been here through all 6 of those people. I've been on the fence on some of them that I desperately wanted to believe were telling me the truth. And all 6 of them all did the same thing. Overpromise, they underdelivered, and then comes the inevitable big letdown when their stories come crashing down. I should specify, I never believed a thing Corey Goode said, but I followed him because I thought it was funny that this guy told secret space stories for years with no evidence and was making huge amounts of money. So now we get to one of the other similarities. They all overpromise, they all underdeliver, and none of them ever come through with the evidence that they originally promised that they will have, or that they do have, or that they could get, or that will come out soon. It's always kick the can, chase that UFO carrot. But the proof, the evidence, they never come through. Never. And it should also be noted that there's at least 10 more. I made a list of 16. But for the purposes of time, I decided to focus just on these tonight. I can do another show with another 10 of these so-called UFO whistleblowers, all of which talked about alien crash retrievals, flying saucers being back-engineered, recovery of exotic technologies, and back-engineering efforts to create weapon systems out of these things and this advanced technology, alien bodies, either alive or dead, that were recovered. All 16 on the list. I've only shared 6 of them with you tonight, but all 16 on my list of so-called whistleblowers, insiders. None of them ever deliver. They promise, but they don't deliver. And by the way, while they're promising you that eventually they'll deliver, they are all filling their pockets with every dollar from you dumb people they can. Well, not dumb people, maybe gullible people, maybe vulnerable people who desperately want to believe them. Look, I'm one of you on that list of 6. There's a lot of those guys I desperately wanted to believe that this was true. Desperately. But through the lens of time and the wisdom of actually learning how to research and investigate things on my own, I learned that these people are not who they claim to be. They were all, that's another similarity. They all use layers of deception to carefully create an illusion of them being somebody important. I'm sorry, Lou Elizondo is not now, nor was he ever important, period. Full stop. I don't care. Say what you're going to say. He sat at a desk in the Pentagon. That's what he did. He was a desk jockey. All of these people use layers of deception to create a narrative of them as some sort of disclosure savior, insider, whistleblower. But then they overpromise. They fill their pockets with every UFO dollar they can find the whole time that they're running this thing, right? After they first come out, you get those book deals, documentary deals, TV show deals. Fill your pockets. Live speaking engagements at conferences. Sign me up. I'll talk for thousands of dollars for an hour. Sure. Get that UFO money. Put it right in my pocket here. I'll tell these guys about the aliens. Sure, I will. Right? And they all play this game where, oh, some things I can't talk about. That's too top secret. And it's just, I'm certain that many of them borrow from each other. Is Dave Grush borrowing from UFO whistleblowers of the past? Well, I don't know, but many of his so-called claims are exactly the same as Bob Lazar's from 1989. And by the way, there are stories of alien and UFO and crash retrievals and all this other stuff that go back decades. In the 60s, people started this stuff and saying this stuff. And the people from the 60s still haven't proven their claims. You know, it's 2023. You know, we're 60 plus years into people making these same exact claims, but never proving them. But that doesn't stop them. Not having evidence and not proving anything doesn't stop them from filling up their pockets with as many UFO dollars as they can. It's like a sickness to these guys. And one thing that I have experienced or seen myself is a great deal of greed. These guys are all greedy for every UFO dollar they could get. I think because they know that they have a limited time frame in which to work the grift before it comes crashing down and there's no more money available. Look at Corey Goode. He screwed up good, and his entire, story comes crashing down because he admitted he'd never been to space. And now, what's he going to do? How are you going to get a real job? What have you been doing? They're going to ask you in an interview. Well, I've been telling secret space stories for 10 years on the internet and telling people I went to space. It's ridiculous. We're going to take a moment to thank everybody for the super chats. This is not the end of the presentation, however, so don't go anywhere because I have some new startling information about this latest whistleblower, Dave Grush. You're going to want to hear this. I'll just add Rick Doty. Great show idea. I agree, John Chow. And thank you very much for the kindness, generosity, and support of the show. We want to thank Real Steel Rumblehead. Says, what are your true feelings for Bigfoot beliefs on Bigfoot and UFOs? I'm a huge fan of Bigfoot. Ask anybody that's ever been to my cabin. I got little Bigfoot things around. I got a Bigfoot face on my door of my cabin. I love Sasquatch and Bigfoot. But do I believe that there is a real living, breathing, biological primate creature out in the woods? No. It won't stop me from looking for him, though. And on UFOs, you know, I've been down this rabbit hole for decades now, and I'm still no closer to the truth. But if I had to guess, most of me believes that most of the things that, especially the things that are strange that people see or can't explain, are secret government. I believe that these things were aliens, but years of research has changed my opinion substantially to thinking that these are top secret government projects or secret technologies. But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Real Steel Rumblehead says, I am the next door neighbor to David Adair. He lives in a double wide in Black Mountain, North Carolina. He's a brilliant scientific story spinner, but like L. Ron Hubbard, has a brilliant mind misdirected. Yeah, you know what, Real Steel Rumblehead, and thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. I did one show on him. People are still commenting on it and arguing with me. I think that guy is a fantastic storyteller, but he has no evidence of any of his claims. Estimate of the situation is here with the kind of generous $10. Says macro shot of a line of stuff being snorted off a book through a $100 bill revealing David Wilcock on the cover. The Ascension Mysteries, a channeling by David Wilcock. Yeah, I think that's how he does his channeling too. And we want to thank Banana for a kind and generous 99-cent super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And we're going to be getting to this startling new revelation about the new UFO whistleblower, which is extremely troubling if you ask me. We're almost through here. We'll get to the end of the chat. We have Chase Davenport with the kind and generous $9.99. Steve just saw this video released from Vegas police body cam and 911 call saying a nine-foot creature's in the backyard right after cops saw the thing fly from the sky just before. Oh, you got to send me that video. Send me that video, Chase Davenport. And thank you, longtime show supporter, for your kindness, generosity, and support. We have Popular Front Libertarian of Bougainville with a kind and generous £3 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And all right, we are all caught up here. So now we're going to get into the startling new information that I found on David Grush, the latest UFO whistleblower, who is telling fantastical stories of alien technology. One second. All right, I can't do this right now. People are sending me some messages about something I shared earlier. So we're going to talk about this new revelation, which actually I'd love to take the credit for, but it wasn't me. It was UFO Info Ops, and you can follow them on Twitter. It's at UFO_info_ops, OPS. I'm going to say that one more time because it's really extremely worth a follow. UFO_info_ops. So UFO Info Ops with the underscore between UFO and info. Realize something very, very troubling today, and we're going to share this with you. 1 second. Let me share my screen. Now, in the original picture of David Grush, he was pictured with what I believe is called a shadow box, where people put their patches, their medals, and things like that in a box with a black background, and they usually display it in their home or whatever. It's sort of a memento of your military service. So here is Mr. Grush pictured with his shadow box. UFO Info Ops caught this. One of the patches in his history here is for something called Special Technical Operations. And this is where things get extremely troubling to me. Not to be too conspiratorial, but remember, I was just recently shadow banned out of nowhere the moment I started being critical of this man and his claims. And so was Stephen Greenstreet and many others that were critical of this man and his claims. Suddenly, we come out and we're critical of him, or we're urging people be cautious before they believe this man. We're getting shadow banned on Twitter. But after this, some things kind of fall into place and kind of make sense now to me. So the Special Technical Operations was set up during the Cold War at the highest level military focal point for all matters relating to what is called offensive information warfare. STOD is a covert action broker for the Joint Staff. Unlike other offices in the Pentagon that merely push a lot of paper, it is also charged with providing direct military support to operational missions of the CIA and the NSA. Ooh, so now we're into the alphabet soup agencies, right? And of responding to requests for assistance from the National Security Council. Each U.S. regional command, such as the South Central Command responsible for Iraq, has its own Special Technical Operations Division. J33, which is what this man, David Grush, was a part of, controls the Special Technical Operations Center within the Pentagon. The center is the most secure facility within the U.S. military. Dozens of special access or black programs are monitored at the center. These include the United States' own hacking activities, strategic psychological concealment and deception operations, and directed energy warfare. The latter includes special weapons and capabilities such as high-powered microwave weapons that could be used to disable enemy communications, computing, and the production and distribution of electricity. But what is most troubling to me is apparently this man has ties to the part of the government or the part of the armed forces here, an intelligence community, which is in charge of offensive information warfare. And where have I heard this before? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll make it bigger for you guys to see. So UFO Info Ops found this, discovered this. So I can't take credit for that, but I can take credit for finding a clear, I wanted to be sure that was really the patch. That's really the patch. So this man was part of that unit. Verifiably 100%, David Grush was part of the Special Technical Operations. And I got to tell you, a part of me is not surprised here. And why am I not surprised? Because, my friends, this is not the first time that someone from the intelligence community who was specially trained and maybe responsible for information warfare suddenly infiltrated the UFO community with fantastic stories about aliens and UFOs. The person before David Grush who did that was someone named Anjali or Anjali. And you may be familiar with our previous coverage of her. Anjali also had impeccable credentials. So all you people saying, oh, this is the first time we've ever had somebody with impeccable credentials like this. No, it's not. Because Anjali came forward with fantastical fairy tales about going in a cave and into an alien base and meeting all these different aliens. And she was going to go mount an expedition to go back to the base. Oh, that was another whistleblower, Anjali. Her whole story fell apart, right? Another so-called whistleblower. But Anjali was, like David Grush, a member of the United States intelligence community. Anjali worked for the Defense Intelligence Agency. And do you know what she did for them? Anjali was an information warfare specialist. And that just happened a few years ago. Anjali infiltrating the UFO community with, she was an intelligence community member. She infiltrates the UFO community with fantastical stories about aliens and UFOs, right? And she also happened to be in United States Defense Intelligence Agency. And what did she do for them? She was an information warfare specialist. That's what she did for them. That was just a few years ago. And I commented on that. Why is an information warfare specialist member or former member of the intelligence community suddenly infiltrating the UFO community with fantastical stories about aliens and UFOs and a secret mountain base, and she met all these aliens? Why is an information warfare specialist, former intelligence community member, suddenly thrusting herself into the spotlight telling stories of aliens and UFOs? She was an information warfare specialist. And now we get the stunning revelation that our new whistleblower, UFO whistleblower, David Grush, apparently, well, here's where it gets a little, here's where I want to be fair. He's got the patch. Somebody correctly pointed out he could have been just logistics and support, not actually doing information warfare or responsible for information. I don't know. This gets dicey, but verifiably 100% now we have another former intelligence community member who was trained in and perhaps responsible for information warfare, who is also thrusting himself into the spotlight in the UFO community and telling fantastical tales of aliens, UFOs, and crash retrievals, and alien bodies, and intact recovered craft, and back engineering efforts. This is the second time, friends, in just a few short years that a former intelligence community member, by the way, they say you're never former. You're always an intelligence community member, but it is what it is. This is the second time in just a few short years that a intelligence community member who was trained or responsible for information warfare for the United States government thrust themselves into the spotlight in the UFO community and started telling fantastical tales of aliens and UFOs. I am going to the Pentagon myself. I want to know from the government, why are information warfare specialists infiltrating the UFO community, telling stories of aliens and UFOs? Is that a coincidence that now we've got two, not one, two information warfare specialists have now verifiably infiltrated the UFO community and are telling fantastical stories of aliens and UFOs? Now, in the case of Anjali, her entire story came crashing down, but that took a while. It took months to research her story. I'm proud to say that we're largely responsible for everybody knowing that Anjali was full of shit and her entire story was fake. We, along with wonderful researchers, most notably Charlie Weiser and James A. Conrad, located, against all odds, it was like an impossible mission, but we found Anjali's so-called witnesses to her alien experience event, and we interviewed them. They all said she was full of shit and none of that happened. There's no mountain, there's no or there's a mountain, there's no tunnel. There was no tunnel. She claimed she went in a tunnel at this guy's house and went into an alien base. There's no tunnel. It didn't exist. It was from the land of make-believe, kind of like Lou Elizondo's imaginary UFO program that he was the director of. That was also from the land of make-believe. But what I find incredibly troubling here is that now we have verifiable evidence that within the last few years, we've got not one, but two members of the intelligence community of the United States of America who have come into the UFO community and are telling fantastical tales of aliens and UFOs, completely unbelievable stuff. And they also both just happen. It's just a coincidence that they both specialized in information warfare for the intelligence community. In this case, for the CIA and the NSA. In Anjali's case, for the DIA. So we've got the DIA, the CIA, and the NSA all covered, information warfare specialists coming into the UFO community to tell us stories about aliens. I don't want to get too conspiratorial. And I notice I've been saying that a lot lately, and I apologize. But something is not right here. For two of them, we caught two of them coming into the UFO community now. And I am one of the people that was blowing the whistle, pardon the pun, on what I thought was a CIA psyop when Lou Elizondo came out. And by the way, I'm entitled to my opinion. In my opinion, the whole Lou Elizondo, Hal Puthoff, Gary Nolan, Tom DeLonge, Christopher Mellon, TTSA, it was all intelligence people or people from the black budget world or the black world. It was all intelligence people. And at the time, maybe I was a little more conspiratorial and willing to express that. But at the time I said, this TTSA thing, it looks like a CIA psyop to me. Why is there so many CIA people suddenly running into the UFO community telling us they're going to bring us disclosure and they're going to tell us the truth about those aliens? By the way, they never did. They never delivered any goods, but they certainly controlled the narrative for years, didn't they? And that's what a perception management project is. You want to control everyone's perceptions with a certain narrative. And now it would appear, at least to me, that something strange is going on here, because we've got two verified former United States government information warfare people ingratiating themselves, some would say infiltrating the UFO community, telling us all that they're going to bring us disclosure. Since 2016, how many intelligence people have come into the UFO community? Think about it. A lot. And in the case of Anjali and this man, David Grush, we've got ties to information warfare here, probably training in information warfare. Who knows? This story keeps getting stranger. And we do have some additional other information. There was an interview that Mr. Grush gave to I don't know if it's a newspaper or what. It was from France, though. And we did get the answer of some of our questions, because apparently David Grush was asked some question. The interviewer says non-human objects, and he says, I wasn't certain of their non-human origin until I was briefed on the analysis carried out by members of these programs on these recovered vehicles. What could the origin of these objects be if they weren't human? And David Grush says, and I did not know this, his degree is in physics. And he says the mechanical and experimental data shows that it's not human. I don't know what data would show it's not human, but okay. He says it could be extraterrestrials, or it could be something else coming from other dimensions as described by quantum physics. I haven't seen enough data to say it's one thing instead of the other. The US government must have more information, which is interesting. So now we have an answer. Remember, it's non-human. Well, then it's aliens? Well, I'm not saying it's aliens. It's non-human. Apparently, Mr. Grush is not sure whether these so-called recovered craft are of alien or extraterrestrial origin, or if they come from other dimensions as described by quantum mechanics. And interesting. And remember, now we've got a lot of inconsistencies. Here's another hallmark of a UFO researcher. The longer the grift goes on, the more inconsistencies start popping up. There seems to be a lot of confusion over whether this man saw anything with his own eyes. According to Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal, he didn't see anything with his own eyes. He was told things and saw documents, right? They're not even sure if he saw pictures. There's a whole debate. Did he see pictures or not see pictures? In this interview, it says, did you see any exotic material with your own eyes? And David Grush says, I've seen some very interesting things, but I'm not authorized to talk about it publicly at the moment. I don't have the approval. So that's a huge inconsistency. I thought he didn't see anything with his own eyes, and it was just that people told him things. According to this interview from France, He did see things, interesting things, but he's not authorized to talk about it. The story is unraveling, in my opinion. If you can't decide whether you saw things with your own eyes or not, that's a problem. That's a real problem, right? And then we've got more inconsistencies because the Ross Coulthard is saying that he saw pictures. Other people involved with selling the story are saying he didn't see any pictures. Why can't they get the story straight between the three of them? It's a real problem. And according to this, David Grush says, I'm still bound by my confidentiality agreement with the U.S. government, and I can't discuss information that's still classified. So I could speak publicly in general terms, but details of material recoveries are very limited until they are declassified. But again, the government would not have approved him to talk about this stuff if he was going to be talking about classified projects. So the projects that he's describing, by definition, can't be classified, or he wouldn't be. You know, this whole thing, right? Here's where it gets interesting. Interviewer, you state in your complaint that you suffered reprisals after alerting the Department of Defense Inspector General in 2021. What is this about? David Grush says, quote, they tried to attack my security clearance. They made allegations of misconduct against me, things of that nature. To protect the ongoing investigation on my behalf, I can't give too many details. I think in a few months, I'll be able to. So he claims that people tried to attack his security clearance and made allegations of misconduct against him. Could that be why this man was retired at age 36? Most people don't retire at age 36. Could there have been some disciplinary actions in his future that he may have been trying to avoid? Anything's possible. I think in fairness, we have to wait to see the exact reason for his separation from his government job. But I have a feeling that when we learn why he left his government job, it's not going to look good for his story, right? It may not paint him as the hero that he is portraying himself to be. So, one second here. I missed one here. Thank you. Real Steel Rumblehead says, the Pentagon is spreading news of UFOs. I find that very suspicious, like you have been hinting upon. Wonder what's up with that. Well, I'm going to the Pentagon, to Susan Goff, and I want to know why I'm going to ask directly, why are two information warfare specialists coming into the UFO community talking about aliens? Let's see what they say. I mean, not like they're going to go, oh, because it's a PSYOP, Stephen. There's a PSYOP going on, a perception management operation for one reason or another. And why, I have long, and by the way, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, Real Steel Rumblehead. I have long believed that actually there is a substantial amount of evidence that can prove that the United States government actively encouraged stories of aliens and UFOs as cover for their black projects. They did it for the U-2 spy plane. They did it for the SR-71 Blackbird. They did it for the stealth aircraft and more. They did it in the case of the Benowitz case. They were testing top secret drone technology that man was seeing. They sent a disinformation agent in to convince that man it was aliens, and he did such a good job convincing that guy about the aliens, Richard Doty did, that man went literally crazy. Paul Benowitz did. So I have long thought that they encourage stories of aliens and UFOs as classic magician's misdirection. Look over here for the aliens and the UFOs. Don't look over here at our stealth blimps that are over every major city in America right now. Don't look for those stealth blimps. And whatever you do, don't start asking questions about advanced propulsion systems at Lockheed Martin at the Skunk Works right now. It could very well be that this is classic misdirection and this is a perception management project. Who knows, but I do find it incredibly interesting and somewhat troubling that we can verifiably prove right now that there have been two members of the United States former military, and then intelligence officers who were trained or responsible for information warfare for the United States government that are suddenly here in the UFO community telling us that they're going to tell us the truth about the aliens. I think that this is a real problem, right? Jenny Lee, could be. So we're going to take some comments and questions from you guys in the live chat, but this will more or less conclude my presentation for this evening. I want to thank you all for joining me. What a great attendance we had again tonight. Jenny Lee says, trying to confuse the public before the big mother lode is exposed. Yeah, it could be. And John Griffin says, aliens need homes too, Baker. Yeah, B. Baker says he's trying for the brave whistleblower like Elizondo did. Yeah, and by the way, we can verifiably now prove that this man, David Grush, has verifiable ties through at least 1 degree of separation to Hal Puthoff. He has direct ties, apparently, to Eric Davis. He has direct ties to Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. Apparently, Lou Elizondo called him a friend and colleague, so he has direct ties to Lou Elizondo. Is this not troubling that this man is connected to all these UFO wackadoos? I think so. And I think that it's certainly, like, you know, let's do a thought experiment. If this guy had no ties to any of the people I just mentioned, Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, Gary Nolan, Lou Elizondo, Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp. Oh, and let's not forget Stephen Greer. Apparently has ties to all these people. Stephen Greer, Lou Elizondo, Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, Gary Nolan. Apparently he has ties to all of these UFO wackadoos. And I say that as a term of endearment. I love UFO wackadoos. I consider myself a UFO wackadoo. But let's do a thought experiment. Would this man be perceived by you to be more credible if he did not have those associations with those people, or less credible? In other words, does the fact that he's in with all these UFO wackadoos make him more credible or less credible? It makes him incredibly less credible to me. It means that he's in the club. It's a big club. And we've heard from Brian Bender and apparently others. I heard from one source that I'll just say is close to the matter, who told me that Lou Elizondo groomed this guy and got him ready for his media appearances, right? Maybe he did the same thing to this guy that he did to, Jeremy from UAPX, Osiris, Oh, we're going to take your vehicle and we're going to get a TV show deal and you're going to be a hero, right? Who knows what this man was told? But I'm starting to feel sorry for him, because if it turns out that this man was, manipulated, deceived, and sort of encouraged to do this by those people I mentioned, Stephen Greer, Lou Elizondo, George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, Hal Puthoff, and Eric Davis, and Gary Nolan, that means this guy already knows 7 big UFO people who have all been involved in selling fake UFO stories before. And let's not forget Ross Coulthard has been caught selling fake UFO stories. And Leslie Keane and Ralph Blumenthal have been caught selling completely, totally, factually inaccurate story to the New York Times. So that's 7, 8, 9. He knows 10 people all involved in the UFO world, all of which have been caught selling fake stories. Or let's just say being involved in the grift, right? He knows 10 of them already. He just quit his job in April, and he just come out June 5th, right? But we know he was in Canada the week of May 15th talking to Canadian Parliament members. So I don't think that him knowing all of those people or having any association with all those people at all makes him credible. I think that shows he's just a UFO nutter like the rest of those people I mentioned. And maybe he has a problem with, cognitive bias. And also, it should be noted that it's funny, Stephen Greer claimed that he met with this man and provided him with information and mentored him. Stephen Greer claimed that, and then David Grush put out a statement claiming that that wasn't true and nobody mentored him, and here's where it gets interesting. He said, "Don't use my name to further your own agenda, Stephen Greer." And just today, Stephen Greer posted that again, that he mentored him. And so who's telling the truth? Stephen Greer is a pathological liar. Remember, that's the guy that briefed every sitting UFO president since Ronald Reagan. And he goes on secret missions with Billy Gibbons of ZZ Top fame to see alien medical technology. And he was offered $5 billion to stop talking about UFOs, and people on his staff got murdered because they were talking about UFO. It's so ridiculous. That guy's so ridiculous. If I had to choose one of them that's telling the truth, I would say that Greer's full of crap and he's just trying to hitch his wagon to this big story everybody's talking about. But let me know what you think in the comments. Does this guy knowing all these people and having associations with them make him more credible as a so-called whistleblower, or not at all credible because he knows them? To me, him knowing all those people is a huge red flag, because, and I will freely admit that this is speculation, what if it's those 10 people that are feeding him the stories about the UFOs and the aliens and the secret projects? What if it's those 10 people giving him documents? Greer's been known to give people fake UFO documents that he claims were from the U.S. government that turned out to be completely and totally fake. Greer's such a super genius UFO expert, he once gave a completely and totally fake so-called classified document to a decorated admiral. So what if this guy is being manipulated by all these people? What if they're Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis are the people telling him about these crash retrieval programs? Hal Puthoff's a Scientologist and a wackadoo that believed Uri Geller had real superpowers, wasted tens of thousands of taxpayer dollars studying Uri Geller. Uri Geller used magic tricks. There, I said it. And I can say that with some degree of confidence. So it is what it is. This is our brief history of UFO whistleblowers, leading up to some startling revelations about the newest whistleblower, Mr. Dave Grush. Greetings and salutations, friends. Welcome back. I am so glad to be here today. You have no idea. Have you ever had one of those days where the entire day was incredibly hectic, but you got through it, and then you realize that you have one more really big task to complete for today? Well, tonight's live show is my one more really big task to complete for today. But not really just for today, more like for the week here. It's a very short week for us here due to the holiday last week. We covered a part one of this series that is just an overview of UFO whistleblowers throughout history, because I think it's very important to view things through the lens of history and find out what is it that history teaches us that we can learn from history and apply to current events. Well, it would appear that our first foray into the world of UFO whistleblowers, we covered some 7 different alleged UFO whistleblowers. And tonight is no different. We will be covering another 7 in total UFO whistleblowers. I'm going to share my screen here just so we get a preview here of what it is we'll be doing this evening. Tonight on Truth Seekers, a not so brief history of UFO whistleblowers. This will be part 2. So we've got Robert Dean tonight, former military man who claimed that he worked, he claimed various things, but his major claim was that he worked with or for NATO. And while working with and for NATO, for the United States government, he saw something called the assessment, which told the truth about aliens interacting with Earthlings and visiting Earth and more. Then there was Dan Burrish, who was a so-called biologist who claimed that he worked at Area 51, but not just Area 51. He worked at S4, the alleged subbase off of Area 51 that Bob Lazar had previously described before him. And Dan Burrish basically came after Bob Lazar and expanded on all of Bob Lazar's stories. Alex Collier was I believe, an abduction. He was abducted by aliens, but later became sort of a contactee, a galactic ambassador of Earth, talking to all kinds of aliens. Chief among them were the Andromedans. Alex Collier is an interesting character, but the most mysterious and strange of these stories comes to us from none other than Wendell Stevens with his so-called S4 Informers series of videos. And I believe you can still buy those videos, but not from me. Connor O'Ryan claimed to be a former Special Forces officer who was stationed at, once again, S4. So we see the foundation was laid by Bob Lazar for other so-called whistleblowers to come forward and tell their tantalizing tales about working at the secret alien base S4 off of Papoose Lake in Area 51. Then, of course, we get Stan Romanek, alien contactee, who essentially claimed that he was in contact with aliens and they were giving him the secrets of the universe, sometimes by mathematical formulas, but it was later found out that he was stealing mathematical formulas from little-known scholarly papers. Charles Hall. Charles Hall is one of my favorite cases because Charles Hall's entire story begins with, while I was in the Air Force. But we thoroughly investigated Mr. Hall and found that his claimed credentials and military background was not what he pretended it to be. And of course, I threw him in for good measure. Simon Parks is another so-called UFO whistleblower, alien whistleblower, who told fantastical fairy tales, in my opinion. about having sex with cat queen aliens. And this was all before becoming quite a notable Q influencer. Most of the material about Simon Parkes and his alien experiences and having sex with cat queen aliens and all manner of fantastical stories have slowly melted off of the internet. I believe Mr. Parkes wanted to recast himself as a geopolitical Q expert and no longer wanted to be known as the guy that was banging cat queen aliens. So that is an overview of what we'll be doing tonight. We want to take a moment and thank you for joining us. If you're just joining us, you are watching Truth Seekers. And we are going to be doing a not so brief history of UFO whistleblowers. This will be a deep, deep dive. You will learn more about UFO whistleblowers, especially these are kind of the second tier. I got to be honest, okay? This is the B squad of UFO whistleblowers. We did the A squad first, you know, Corey Good and Bob Lazar, Philip Corso, and a few other notables. This is sort of the B squad, but these are very interesting stories. My favorite is probably the story of this Connor Orion, because wait till we peel back those layers of deception. He was portrayed as a former military officer, a former special forces guy who worked at Area 51 as a security guard at the alien base. Wait till you hear the reality of this guy. You will not believe it, friends. All right, so we're going to start our journey. We're not going to do this one in chronological order. These guys all were around the same time, early 90s, later 90s. Some of them survived to this day with their grifts. Well, Simon Parkes was kind of in the 2000s, but the rest of them, they began in the early 1990s, and all of them have some things in common. Like they all suffered from UFO disease. They came out with an original story that was somewhat plausible, somewhat believable, and then their stories got more and more grand as time went on. After all, those crowds at UFO conferences you're working, they will tire of your same story for years and years and years. Eventually, you're going to need some new stories, and all of these guys, they get wilder and wilder as they go. But we will begin our journey with an exploration into Bob Dean, who was an interesting character. And I have to say, one of the people that when I first got really deep into this, I believed this guy. It was only through further research and watching this guy literally unravel. Bob Dean began his career claiming, you know, some very sensible things, a believable story. You know, I was in the military. While I was in the military, I was working for NATO in Europe. And while there, I got to see some strange briefings, paperwork about aliens and alien visitation on Earth and what all the NATO countries knew about it. It was called the assessment. Sounds very reasonable and plausible that, hey, if the civilized governments of the world or members of NATO know about aliens, then sure, there's probably some paperwork. And this guy, what I will say about him is that his military credentials check out, and he did work in Europe for NATO at the time he claimed. However, it is only through careful observation of this man as his career in the UFO world progressed. This guy had no job for like 20 years. All he did was work he was at all of the UFO conferences for years and years and years and years. So eventually his stories got more grand. He got superpowers. He was in direct communication with aliens every day. It's a great book, but you can't buy it from me. We will get into Mr. Bob Dean. And I have to say, I did always like Bob Dean's talks, right? He seemed really grounded. And if you want to believe in aliens, I don't know, Bob Dean just seemed, you know, he seemed very likable and believable to me. It's important to note that Mr. Dean has since passed on, died several years ago, as I recall. And he was a longtime friend and confidant of one Wendell Stevens, who we have covered extensively here before. Okay, 1 second here. Let's see if we can't get into this. Yes. So, interestingly, I went searching. I recall that Mr. Bob Dean's lectures, lots of them at UFO conferences, used to be available on YouTube. But, you know, as time moves on, some of these things slowly fade off of the webosphere, and Bob Dean is one of them. But I was able to find this appearance of his at a UFO conference on a Facebook post and group. So we're going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work. I doubt anybody will mind. This is probably a very old UFO conference, but we'll put our fair use banner up just the same. We'll be educating the public. We'll be critiquing the video that we're sharing, and we're using this video in order to educate people about UFO whistleblowers of the past, including the subject of this video, Mr. Bob Dean. You can help me make it a transformative work by sharing comments as we listen together and discuss this in all capital letters. That lets me know you want me to share it on my screen. And welcome everyone. Thanks everyone for being here. Let's begin. This is guy gonna
Thank you. Thank you. Put this thought in your head for just a moment.
They always have
grandfather
terrible sound.
And as all loving grandfathers desire, they would like to be able to make your life better.
Yeah, well, I had
on the journey that you're about to embark upon.
Wow. Let's fast
loving
forward.
Grandfather will impart this to you.
Yeah, so that's the part, or the LARP that Mr. Dean played. Like he was like the elder statesman of ufology, and you know, he was like your kind grandfather. They're even setting it up while they're introducing him. It's wild.
To you, asking nothing, and from the fullness of their heart and from the very soul of their being. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud to bring back out of retirement for you.
Who's always coming out of retirement.
The Dean, Bob Dean.
Oh, there we go. And look at the hero worship, right?
My good friend. I guess I can lay this on top of there, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is at International UFO Congress, probably in the early 2000s.
I got 4 hours here. And we're sure as hell not going to get through all of it. As I was working my way up the stairs back here, it dawned on me that, you know, incarnating on this planet can sometimes be a royal pain in the ass.
Yeah, and by the way, just to be clear, Mr. Dean used to give, like, he would give 4 or 5 hour talks. This guy had the gift of gab, man. He could just tell stories for like 5 hours straight. I've seen him do it in previous videos. This video is only an hour. We're only going to go a little bit into it just so we get sort of a taste of what he's selling, or what he used to sell.
I keep thinking they're going to call me back to the factory for some retooling and some major parts replacement. And I prepared a list of the major parts I want replaced. And there's an old friend in the audience, and I know damn well what he's thinking. And yes, that is at the top of my list. I really don't know where to begin, honestly. I just must say a few words here beginning.
I just wanted to mention that when he started his career, Mr. Robert Dean was a very charismatic and good public speaker. This appears to be towards the end of his run, where he was a little, I would say, like a little scatterbrained. Some would say senile. He just would ramble for like the whole talk that he gave, he was not very coherent, but I'm hopeful we'll get some coherence here so you can get a sample of what he used to talk about.
Why I'm here. Because I went into seclusion for a time. 5.5 years ago, I spoke at the Bay Area Conference in San Jose. And I said at that time that that presentation was my last and final public presentation.
Yeah, and
I want you to understand why I did that.
He retired from the UFO scene several times, and he always came back.
So fed up with so much that had happened over the years. I'm afraid I had learned too much. I'm afraid I had learned too much, and I had seen too much. I've been around a while. A week from tomorrow, I celebrate 80 years. And I have been prone to whine and complain and grumble and carry on a few times, you know, because the years take their toll. And every time I start whining and complaining, I look at Wendell Stevens, who celebrated 86 last month.
Yeah, and we mentioned that those two were like always together. They did many documentaries together. For those unaware, Wendell Stevens was a twice convicted, let's just say he was twice convicted for problems with children. And you know what I mean. YouTube doesn't like that term. Yeah, it's a whole story. He claimed the CIA framed him, but read the court documents and you'll think differently. Yeah, and this is a typical UFO conference. Let's all applaud, somebody convicted for that kind of thing. It's great who the UFO community choose to make a hero out of, regardless of, their problems, let's just say problems with morality and ethics.
So when I see Wendell, and he's farting around, pretty vigorous old coot, I shut up because, you know, I have no idea where I'm going to be around another 6, but I take my hat off to Wendell. Not only is he a dear friend, but he's a bit of a hero in my book.
A hero, sure.
But I wanted you to know why I became a recluse for some time. I spoke at San Jose and I said,
yeah, I mean, the guy looked good for his age.
I'm not doing this anymore. As I said, I'd seen too much, been too many places, and learned too much. And I'll be honest with you by telling you
Kevin.
that
Absolutely.
Some of the things I had learned brought my old worldview crumbling around my knees. You talk about the old paradigm and the idea that many people aren't ready for the new paradigm. Well, I
You're
wasn't
right,
ready.
Wave Drummer, he does.
When I
Yes,
first
he
began
does.
this thing, over 40 years ago, serving in Europe at the time, SHAPE headquarters in Paris.
There we go.
And I got introduced to the reality of the phenomenon, and from that moment on, I could never put it down. I could never step away from it. The more I learned, the more I wanted to know, and the more I ended up knowing.
Yes. So again, he was in the military. I believe he was in the Army. He was a major, and he claimed that he worked at SHAPE headquarters. I believe people did verify that, but his major claim is that while he worked for NATO at SHAPE headquarters in Europe, he saw these documents that detailed extraterrestrial visitation on Earth, treaties between Earth governments and aliens, deals made, of course, you know, the breeding program. The stories got more grand as time went on.
The more shocked I became, and as I said, my old worldview collapsed. You talk about the word alienated. I was alienated completely because my old concepts were just down the toilet. And I walked away, went back to Phoenix, turned myself into a recluse, and as my son said, I was proceeding to commit suicide slowly. smoked too many big cigars, drank too much good bourbon, drank too much strong coffee. As I said, I'm a heavy drug user, you know, really. Nicotine, caffeine, and alcohol probably one of the things keeping me here. And I began to stew in my own juices, as it were. And a number of things began to happen.
Yeah, and I sort of remember this talk. He did this talk for quite a while. He's very melodramatic, you know, like, oh, I was going to kill myself with alcohol and because I knew too much about the aliens.
I began to do some very serious meditation. And under the suggestions and encouragement from a bunch of people like Joe McMonigal, who's another retired Army man, I began doing some remote viewing.
There you go. This is later in his career.
Let me tell you, if you think that will not blow your old paradigm, you give it a try.
Yes. So again, just to be clear, Robert Dean, his first stories were very believable and very grounded in something that resembled reality. He worked at SHAPE headquarters for NATO while he was in the military, and he saw documents that confirmed the existence of extraterrestrials visiting Earth and other things. Later in his career, and this is where we see him now, he started getting superpowers, but it wasn't just remote viewing. He became a full-blown like psychic guru. He had all kinds of superpowers. He could move things with his mind. I think that he got burnt out of trying to come up with new alien materials, so he just got into the metaphysical and the psychic side of the paranormal. So he'd have things to talk about, in my view. To my knowledge, he's never proven that he had superpowers, but he made quite a lot of money telling people that he did. Take from that what you will.
I've even had a couple of out-of-body experiences.
There we go. He's able to astrally travel. So we've got remote viewing and astral travel, out of the body experiences, besides all the stuff that he knew about aliens. And he really did paint himself as sort of an oracle, like he knew the real truth of what the government really knows. He read all the secrets. He got read into all the good stuff, all the goodies, right? But like I said, people got tired of the same old stories. So then he got into the metaphysical.
I call them excursions. And that'll shake you up. There's not a one of you in this audience that can't do that. Each and every one of you have that capability to remote view. And each and every one of you has the capability to step outside of your shell, which is what this is, and travel out there. I mean, there are no limits. You can go everywhere in this God's universe.
Yes, and in some of his talks, he detailed his astral travels out to distant star systems out in the universe and what aliens he saw there and civilizations and super advanced technological civilizations, thousands or maybe millions of years ahead of us. It's great stories, but you know, again, just stories. And these stories differed significantly from his original account that he first came out with as a so-called UFO whistleblower.
And so a few things happened, transpired. I began to learn a little more. And then another couple of things happened. I came here a year ago, just as a guest, just to came and see how things were going. And a number of old friends came up to me and said, listen, you really got to get over this seclusion thing and come out, start talking to people again.
Yeah, so the UFO community saved his life.
And then I got a phone call from a senior naval officer in the Pentagon.
Sound familiar?
And this senior naval officer called me up and said to me rather bluntly, listen, you old fart, get off your dead ass and get out there and start talking again about what you've learned.
Again, painting himself.
Needless to say, I was a little bit taken back by this. I mean,
good question, Stormcrow, and thanks for being a member.
I didn't figure I deserved that kind of commentary. taken aback momentarily.
Exactly, yes.
Because you see, this phone call from this senior naval officer in the Pentagon was from my son. And he's had the privilege over the years to call me an old fart and get away with it. And last year, a couple of the old boys in the Old Boys Network, like
Yeah.
Wendell and Don Ware,
Plot twist,
two
right?
guys I deeply admire and respect, told me the same thing, you know. Stop sitting there stewing in my own juice. Come out here and talk. And share with people. You've seen things, you've learned things that need to be told. And so a combination of all these things, the remote viewing, the out-of-body experience.
You're right, B. Baker.
The
It's
blunt
great.
phone call from my kid. I'm here. And I'm going to stay out here in the public again as long as I'm around.
Oh, it's so melodramatic.
Thank you very much. I've also had some encouragement from a couple of friends. I jokingly refer to friends in high places. Well, let me try to get here. I was in the gentleman's lounge just before I came up here, and I had a flash of illumination. Now, a lot of people have those flashes of illumination while they're in the shower, you know? I tend to have them when I visit the gentleman's lounge. I think it's the sound of running water that does it for me. And at my age, I make a number of trips to the gentleman's lounge, and you would think I might be one of the most enlightened, illuminated people on the planet.
Yeah, interesting, Ganja. You're
But
right.
essentially, my illumination was this.
Howdy,
What the hell are we doing here? Why do we come here every February? Why do we go up to San Jose at the Bay Area Conference every September? Why do we even bother doing what we do? And it hit me. It's because you people
You're correct, B. Baker.
know
You never proved any of
how
his
important
claims.
this is.
But we're jumping ahead.
It's you people that, in my heart and my view, are the most important parts of this whole program.
Yeah, I'm here for
Each and
you.
every one of you.
Empty your
We
pockets.
come because we know that we're dealing with the greatest story in human history.
Yes, he definitely was a
I
good
kid you not,
public
it
speaker.
is simply the
I'll give him
greatest
that. He was a
story
good
in
public
human
speaker.
history. It's about us, the human race, this human species that we're all a part of. How did we come to be here? Where are we from? Why are we here? And where are we going? That's why it's so damned important. And we are at a transition moment in time. We are making a transition, and I call it a transcendent transformation into another species. And it's happening right this moment as you sit here in the audience. You're changing right in front of all of us. You're changing in every way. Your genetics, your genes are changing. You're not the same person you were 5 years ago, 10 years ago. It's a transformation that's underway, and when it's finished, if it ever finishes, which I doubt, you're going to be almost like gods.
Yes, he gave sort of a talk that was reminiscent of later David Wilcock talks. So we see that there's a lot of connections here. He believed that our DNA would be upgraded and we would ascend to having godlike superpowers and abilities. And towards the end of his life, which was, I believe, not that long after this talk, he truly was telling people that he had all these godlike superpowers.
Because you have that potential. Long ago, an old friend of mine who I refer to continually as a dear old friend, a rabbi in Galilee said, "You are as gods. What I do, you can do, and even more."
Does this sound familiar? David Wilcock used that exact Bible quote years later in his talks. So it's interesting to see the threads of basically grifters stealing material from each other.
Well, take those words and put them in your heart and think about that. You are as gods. What he did, you can do, and even more. You're not there yet, but you're getting there. And
Yes,
this process
working
is
towards
underway,
ascension.
and it cannot be stopped. It's
Yes, ascension is inevitable after all.
fate. It's destiny. You're turning into a new species, and that transcendent transformation. That's why I love to look at the young people like today. You know, you talk about these kids that are showing up. You look deep into their eyes and you see things. You see a depth of an understanding and an insight in those little eyes today.
Yeah, and so, you know, he would talk about transcendence, also known as ascension. It's basically the same New Age garbage that David Wilcock, Corey Goode, and others would push some 20 years after Bob Dean did. So I guess he was a bit of a trailblazer.
They're the new world. And you've laid the transformation for it. You've laid the groundwork for that. But that's why we're here. You know, you get a little depressed now and then. We all do.
Remember, this is a talk he's giving at a UFO convention. People are here to hear about aliens and UFOs, and this is what you would get. He would just, you know, talk about New Age stuff for half of his talk. So I think we have given you a good sample of what Bob Dean was about. I wish that I had found an earlier talk where he just talked about the aliens and the UFOs. Remember, originally, when he first hit the scene, he was a so-called UFO whistleblower or alien whistleblower. He was former government, had high security clearances, and he was going to tell us the truth about those aliens. Does that sound familiar to anyone else? I believe it sounds very familiar to me. So here is what I can tell you about Mr. Bob Dean. His military credentials turn out to be mostly true. Let's leave it at mostly true. He was in the military. He did work for a time at that SHAPE NATO headquarters in Europe. But what we later determine is that other researchers try to find these so-called documents that Mr. Bob Dean talked about in virtually every talk that he gave. And not a single researcher or person was ever able to substantiate his claims about there being a document or briefing document, which he described in great detail, called the assessment. And in this assessment, Mr. Dean asserted that the truth about extraterrestrial intelligence visitation on Earth and their communication with even Earth leaders of different countries. There were treaties made. And of course, we get that line about the gray aliens making some kind of a deal where they were allowed to abduct so many people a year in exchange for some kind of information or technology given to the countries allowing the abductions. But no one had ever laid eyes on these so-called documents that Mr. Dean claimed to have seen, which is extremely suspicious, because if he, as a military person stationed there, saw those documents, it would stand to reason that others would have also seen those documents or be able to corroborate his testimony. To the best of my knowledge and recollection, no one ever confirmed Mr. Dean's claims of alien visitation on Earth, or that the military actually knew about these things. And largely, more skeptically minded people might come to the conclusion that when Robert Dean suddenly found himself living right near Wendell Stevens, who had made a gob ton of money in UFOs, and also a former military man, and they became friends. They were close friends and neighbors before Mr. Dean became a so-called UFO whistleblower. So I have talked to at least one, let's just say, OG researcher who told me that he believed that Robert Dean was coached to come forward and tell stories, because originally Wendell Stevens would sort of interview Mr. Dean, kind of a great deal like Corey Goode and David Wilcock. You'd have one person asking the questions, and the other person was that oracle of information, the source of all the stories about the aliens. Well, before there was David Wilcock and Corey Goode doing that, there was Wendell Stevens and Bob Dean. And I, for a time, looked into Mr. Robert Dean's military credentials, and I wasn't able to find that he lied about any of that. Was a real military man, got an honorable discharge, even, I believe, a military retirement, which you don't get unless you were on good terms with the military when you left. And despite all of his claims, no one from the military ever, people who want to believe Mr. Dean say no one from the United States government or the military ever denied his claims. Well, great, but nobody ever confirmed them either, so we're left at an impasse. And Mr. Dean falls into the category of falsifiability, which is a concept that we have talked about here before several times, which goes essentially like this. If Mr. Dean cannot prove that his stories are true, and likewise I cannot prove that they are not true, then his information has absolutely no value. We never get any corroborative evidence, corroborative witnesses. We never get to see the documents that Mr. Dean claimed to have seen while in the military. Nobody can show me a single page out of this so-called assessment. And it's important to note that Mr. Dean had no other job other than working UFO conferences constantly. He was a fixture at UFO conferences in the 90s and the early 2000s. He was at all of them. No matter what UFO conference you went to, Bob Dean was there. And usually he was a paid speaker. So did Mr. Dean really see secret military documents that prove the existence of extraterrestrials and visitation of extraterrestrials on Earth and flying saucers and alien spaceships? Well, I can't say definitively that he didn't see those documents, but I can tell you that no one's ever proven any of Mr. Dean's claims. But he did make a great deal of money as a paid UFO personality. He was one of the older so-called UFO celebrities for quite some time. I have to say that, like, early on, I got into this stuff. I remember I listened to every UFO conference where Mr. Dean would talk. And, you know, every couple of years he would do a new or different talk, usually not so rambly like he was at the end, a little more precise and planned out and sort of scripted. He was a good speaker. He was kind of entertaining to listen to, threw in some jokes. That's why he did good on the live speaker circuit at UFO conferences. But as far as being a UFO whistleblower, again, I always come back to this. A whistleblower has evidence. But what we see time and time again in the history of UFO whistleblowers is that most of them don't have evidence, but they all have an incredible amount of stories. Usually without corroboration, accompanying documents to support their claims, corroborating witnesses, or any verifiable, undeniable proof that their claims are true. Essentially, what we get from the UFO whistleblowers usually is stories. Next, we get to one of my other favorite so-called whistleblowers, Stan Romanek, because you may notice it's kind of a strange picture that we're using of Mr. Romanek. That's his mugshot, because Mr. Romanek's career as a UFO whistleblower did not end well at all. And we're just going to go to the Wikipedia for him first. Or, you know what? I don't need to share that. We'll just... So Stan Romanek was an American author, documented con artist, and convicted sex offender. Documented con artist, according to Wikipedia. He was the subject of the documentary film Extraordinary, the Stan Romanek story. Remember how we talked about J3 Films was actively promoting this guy who was a convicted sex offender and convicted con artist? Yeah. J3 Films is still promoting that film and profiting from it, despite Mr. Romanek being convicted of some very serious offenses involving children. And you might also like to know the little bit of nugget that Jimmy Church and Richard Dolan and many other UFO celebrities worked for J3 Films on new projects anyway, knowing that they were actively promoting and profiting from this man. Stan Romanek claimed that he was an alien abductee, and his first UFO encounter was around the year 2000. He's had many experiences with aliens. He offered proof of his alien abductions by showing strange wounds on his body, which glowed under black light. He also claimed that he was in, I think, near constant communication with aliens. And he used a ghost box, of all things, to communicate with the aliens. He claims that aliens visited his home and more. It is a strange story. But I did find, interestingly, this is not the first time in the form of Dave Grush that a so-called UFO whistleblower has gotten some major media attention. Stan Romanek got the attention of ABC News, and I think it was a 2020 piece that they did in which they detailed Mr. Romanek's so-called alien experiences. I was able to find a video detailing his experience. So we're going to share that video. It's a short video. And this is fair use. It's a transformative work. We are educating the public about the so-called UFO whistleblower, Stan Romanek. One second. Let me cue this up here. All right, I got it. One second. I just want to cue it up to the part about him. Okay. One second. I'll start with some so-called UFO footage, I suppose. So this is a transformative work. We are going to be discussing and critiquing the video that we're sharing. This is from an ABC News piece about Mr. Romanek, and this is some 13 years ago. 2.4 million views. Alien Cell.
There it is. Oh, I got it. I don't know what the hell it is.
Unlike many of the experiencers we talked to who claim to have seen UFOs,
and I looked out and there was a big red blinking UFO.
Or claim they were abducted, so it went over this way.
It went southeast, basically.
Stan Romanek's story may be the most incredible.
What the hell is that thing?
Not only does he capture his alleged sightings on video.
Do you guys see it too?
Yeah, he had a lot of wacky videos.
It's right over our heads, practically.
More documentation, more so-called proof of extraterrestrial contact than anyone else.
All right, we have an extraordinary story out of Denver.
He's appeared on Larry King Live with his video.
Stan Romanek is the man who claims to have shot footage of an extraterrestrial.
Yeah, so Mr. Romanek was a prodigious hoaxer. And I believe that all of his material that he created as his so-called evidence was faked through various means. I think his most famous hoaxed video was of an alien outside his door at his house, which most people who are a little more skeptical who looked at the videos would agree that it turned out to be like somebody holding up a mask to a glass door, through a glass door. Not very convincing. Later, Mr. Romanek would be caught trying to hoax poltergeist activity during a live interview. He was like throwing a pencil, and he got caught doing that. So it appears that Mr. Romanek was a hoaxer and not a true so-called UFO or alien whistleblower.
But remarkably, Stan says his first ever UFO sighting wasn't even in the dark, but in broad daylight while he was driving his car near Denver's Red Rocks Amphitheater.
As I rolled down the window, it appeared to have noticed me at that point. Where
yeah, he was filled with stories, right? And this, look, that could be anything. Could be a Mylar balloon.
Maybe 20,000.
Why is it so shaky?
In an instant.
Stan says he began seeing UFOs all the time. He could barely look up without seeing some strange light or orb in the sky. Over the years, his wristwatch stopped working. Lights would flicker at his mere presence, and birds would crash into his car.
If you're a true experience.
Yeah, and of course, this was all claims. These were unproven claims, but these were the kind of claims that he made. Oh, my watch stopped. Maybe it's interference from the alien spaceships. Yeah, a lot of claims from this guy. And he claimed he had all this evidence, but we saw some of the evidence. Look, there's a UFO. It looks like a Mylar balloon. Why is the camera shaking like crazy? You know, why can't we get clear video from him?
Experience or a true abductee, you have what's called high strangeness. All these weird, bizarre paranormal things start to happen. Almost like your house is either being haunted or nobody really knows. Well, that thing's weird. Hey, where'd it go?
It's almost as if
Yeah, it looked like he moved the camera and then said, hey, where did it go? Like some of his so-called evidence, I remember, I believe he or somebody else used to have a website collection of it. If anybody knows the link to that, if it still exists or we can find it on Wayback, please do email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. He was very good at getting attention for himself, and he became one of the cash cows of the UFO community. Again, speaking at conferences for big speaking fees. You know, he's the guy with all the evidence. He's the guy who is the focal point of alien visitation, and he's going to tell you all about it. Just make sure you buy your ticket. You know, it's like buying a ticket to the circus.
you're a storm chaser, like UFOs every couple weeks.
I'd reverse that. It's almost like they're chasing me.
But Stan says he witnessed even more paranormal phenomena. There was a UFO at his workplace. Orbs would follow him home at night. And ultimately, like a horror movie come true, Stan claims they came knocking on his door and woke him up in the middle of the night.
You thought it was kids?
Yeah, I thought it was, well, either kids or very small adults. They were almost a little bit too big to be kids, maybe teenagers.
You thought it was robbery?
Yeah, they were playing a joke or they were here to rob us. As I got closer, I started wondering if they were really masked because I could see the veins in their head. I could see their facial movements.
And again, this is his telling of the story. He could see the veins in their head and facial movements and all these things. And none of that is shown on the videos that he offers as proof. So, you know, there's a huge discrepancy between his fantastical claims and the so-called evidence that he would present.
I could see their mouths move. I could see their eyes blink. And I started to get frightened.
So what happened?
Unless you have this happen to you, it's kind of hard to explain, but suddenly a thought popped into my head.
Oh, telepathic communication with the aliens, of course. That's how everybody communicates with the aliens, through thought transference or telepathy.
So you think they were communicating with you telepathically?
I can't explain it any other way. I know what I experienced.
Suddenly, Stan says his mind was filled telepathically with unexplained images.
Does this sound familiar? We've heard this story before, I think.
Bam, bam, bam.
Oh, he's getting downloads.
Images, thoughts, images.
And what were the images?
I had images of this horrible catastrophe, you know, winds so strong it's scouring the pavement off the earth, forests burning, devastation to the planet.
Yes, and these scenes of Earth destruction, usually attributed to some sort of humans meddling with our environment or not taking care of our environment, is a common feature of alien contactee stories. You might recall that Betty and Barney Hill experienced just such a event during their alien abduction experience.
So you were seeing scenes from an apocalypse?
From some kind of apocalyptic thing. And when it was over, I'm going, when's this going to happen? Is this going to happen? Is this really going to happen? Because I was pretty much in tears by this point. I was so terrified.
That the aliens were trying to send you a message.
Yes, you guys have to take care of the Earth, and we're your space brothers, and we care about your biosphere and your home, and you guys got to start taking care of it. Again, a very common theme among alien contactees.
That's what this is all about.
And yet, Stan, from somebody who's listening to your story, it sounds like just that. It sounds like something you made up.
If you're a skeptic like I was, and trust me, I was in the same boat you were, it's like, oh, you guys are crazy. But every time
Later, longtime friends and acquaintances of Mr. Romanek would confirm that he had a lifelong interest in aliens, science fiction, and, of course, UFOs. So his claim to have been a skeptic previous to his so-called alien experiences kind of falls apart under scrutiny.
I think that something else happens to prove that I'm not crazy.
Is Stan crazy?
Is he crazy? I don't believe he's crazy. He's absolutely seen something. Things have actually happened to him. I know that just from talking with him, from seeing some of the evidence. The Garen cattle mutilation case was really interesting.
And then we get MUFON to confirm that Mr. Romanek was the real deal. And interestingly, the international director of MUFON would also be arrested for child-related offenses, just like Mr. Romanek. A short time after Mr. Romanek got charged, so did Jan Harzan, former international director of MUFON, which stands for the Mutual UFO Network, which I believe to be a less than ethical organization. Let's leave it at that.
Says Stan's story is supported by more than just shaky video and grainy photos of bright lights or orbs in the big city sky.
It's one thing to say you've seen something that's unknown. It's another to say, I've been abducted.
Well, you would have the evidence, the physical evidence that's occurred to him. The marks on his legs, the marks on his body, the implants.
That's right, implants. This is just some of the evidence Chuck.
It's great. I'd like to see an analysis of that so-called alien material, because if it was truly an alien material, you could put it in a mass spectrometer and you would know that it was alien not from our solar system instantly.
He's talking about. See the dot in that X-ray? Stan claims it was an implant doctors found after a so-called abduction. When ABC News asked for an independent medical assessment of the implant, Stan says it suddenly disappeared. There's also
That's nice. So ABC News is like, that's great. Let us see the implant. We'll get it analyzed. The aliens, they teleported it out of my body. It disappeared right when you guys wanted to test it. Isn't that convenient?
Photos of marks on Stan's body, which he says were the result of alien testing.
And they're usually in triangles, perfect triangles. You can measure them, and they're like an inch by an inch by an inch by.
I love this interviewer too. She looks like she's like thinking, how did I get this crappy gig, right?
One could argue, Stan, that these are self-inflicted.
Yeah, they could argue that. I found some on my back, didn't even know I had them. Now, how can I reach them back? You know, there's always an argument for everything. You know, just because somebody can fake something doesn't necessarily mean it's faked.
Well, I'm pretty sure in his case it does.
Which brings us to the physical evidence. Stan says he found these photos on his camera after it went missing for a couple of days.
Yeah, that's great. So his camera goes missing for a couple of days, and I guess the aliens got a hold of his camera and they started taking selfies. Stan Romanek claimed that he lost his camera and the aliens started taking alien selfies of themselves with his camera, and then he found the pictures later.
Stan actually
looks like pictures of a color photograph to me. Looks like somebody took pictures of a photograph.
believes this is the face of an alien.
These are images that were captured on a still camera.
I don't know how they got there, but they were there when we downloaded pictures off our camera.
And what do you make of these?
To me, they look real. I mean, there's so much detail in them. I don't know how they got on my camera, but they look like ETs to me. I mean, what do they look like?
I like how he's like open-ended, you know, like, yeah, they look like aliens to me. Must be aliens.
You know, I'm a skeptic, Stan, so I think
so
it
was
looks
I.
like, you know, I think it looks like.
And just to be clear, no, he was never a skeptic. He had a lifelong interest in UFOs and science fiction. This is all part of the act. Yeah, I used to be a skeptic too, till the aliens started taking selfies with my camera for me. Yeah.
You know, Halloween mask.
Okay. Maybe you're right. But do Halloween masks have that kind of detail?
Well,
Yeah, Halloween masks have even more detail. These seem kind of featureless.
Oh, this looks like it could be shadows.
Could be.
Skeptics argue Stan and others like him are just seeing what they want to see.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the believers would argue. I remember when Romanek was popular and big, and you couldn't argue any other explanation to a true believer other than, oh, he's really in communication with those aliens.
How do you know that Stan isn't putting on a great big hoax?
Well, that's the investigative part. You know, I've been to his house. I've talked to eyewitnesses who were there that saw things.
Yeah, and this is a MUFON investigator. I'd like to contact him now and ask him, what do you think of Mr. Romanek now after he got popped for collecting child-related images? Let's leave it at that.
I've seen some of his physical evidence, and that's where you start.
All right, so we've reached the end of the video, and here's what I can tell you about Mr. Romanek. After a fairly lengthy career working UFO conferences, getting lots and lots of attention in the media, including a documentary film deal, which is still available, by the way. Mr. Romanek got popped, arrested in a sting operation. This is the documentary by J3 Films, which they're still selling. Extraordinary, the Stan Romanek story. He is the center of the world's most documented extraterrestrial contact story. He's also a child-related offender. The intention of this documentary is not to prove the existence of UFOs and extraterrestrials, but to pose the question, what if this is all true? And you too can buy it for $9 or rent it for $4. I don't recommend it. I think this is a horrible documentary, but you do get to see the money shot there of the alien in his window, and a bunch of people totally who believe Mr. Romanek's story. I wanted to see if we can find, one second, we'll find one of those articles. There was plenty of articles when Mr. Romanek got arrested. Well, we'll just go from the yeah. So on February 13th, 2014, Romanek was arrested after turning himself in at the Larimer County Jail on charges of possession and distribution of child-related images. And you know what kind of images. YouTube doesn't like those words, so we're going to try to avoid that. The outcome of an 8-month investigation. Oh, one second here. I'll share my screen just so you know I'm getting this directly from Wikipedia. Okay, and he was caught with more than 300 images as well as video files depicting CP were found on Romanek's computers. After appearing at the Larimer County Courthouse, Romanek was released on $20,000 personal recognizance bond. In March 2016, Romanek pleaded not guilty to both charges after refusing a plea deal from the 8th Judicial DA's office. On August 8th, Romanek was found guilty of felony possession of CP, child-related images, but not guilty of distribution. His sentencing was held December 14th, 2017, where he was sentenced to serve 2 years in the Larimer County Community Corrections halfway house and to register as a sex offender. He reported immediately to jail to wait for space to become available at that facility in February 2014. Romanek's wife, Lisa, said, "We'll be taking ufology into the courtroom." After the trial, their defense attorneys, Colorado law firm McKinlick and McKinlick, stated that they did not do this because it was not relevant to the case. They advised Romanek to appeal the conviction and hire new defense counsel. So his lawyers quit him after the first conviction. They planned to file an appeal. Romanek made public allegations that the government had planted the evidence. Here's where we get the Men in Black explanation. Planted the evidence on his computer. At the sentencing hearing, Deputy District Attorney Joshua Ritter accused him of deception to try and place the blame on others and of doctoring evidence in the form of videos falsely alleging that his computer had been hacked. Ritter disclosed that Romanek had not even tried Ritter disclosed, here's where you know what kind of a person this guy is. Romanek had even tried to frame his stepson, Jacob Shattuck, for placing the images on his computer. The prosecutor pointed out that even the defense team would not allow such fabricated evidence into court. In 2017, Romanek's attorney, Ted McClintock, stated that the client plans to appeal the conviction. To date, no appeal has been filed. The implementation of Romanek's mandatory registration program had been delayed several times and dragged out, with him making unverified claims that physical illness was keeping him from completely complying with the court orders. After claims of illness caused him to miss several court dates during his original sentence, Romanek was resentenced on November 30th, 2020 to 10 more years of intense supervised probation. And let me just tell you, they don't give 10 years of intense supervised probation to somebody who's not a danger to children or society. The judge expressed concern that Romanek was not taking responsibility for his crimes. So there we see a crazy end to this UFO whistleblower story. Got popped for child-related images, convicted, and sentenced to several years in jail, and then 10 years of probation, supervised probation. We want to thank Wild Ascension, who became a YouTube channel member. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. For those that are unaware, if you become a YouTube channel member during our live broadcast, we give you a shout out and a big thank you. Wild Ascension has been a member before and a longtime show supporter. Good to see you back, Wild Ascension. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Storm Crow is here, also a member, asking, did Orbs visit him in jail? Not that I'm aware of. Yes, he did. He used the Men in Black defense, David Bucky. He tried to say because he's into aliens, the government planted that stuff on him. And he also did, during the trial, where he was planning on trying to blame his stepson for how those images got onto his computers. Yes, and M. Stone correctly pointing out he should be supervised for the rest of his life, at least. Yeah, he had 300 very questionable images of children and videos on his computer. The most interesting part of this is that J3 Films continues to promote and profit from the documentary about him, even knowing that he's in jail. Last I checked, he's still in jail. I don't know if he got out. He should have gotten out by now. He was originally sentenced to 2 years. And Randy 1979 says Stan is one of the nastiest grifters so far. Yeah. I was never impressed with Mr. Romanek. I thought he was a grifter and a hoaxer from the get-go. But it is interesting that he made quite a lot of money. Documentary film deals. He got, deals to be on television shows and more. But we are going to continue our journey. If you're just joining us, you are watching Truth Seekers, and we are giving you a history of UFO and alien whistleblowers. And we will be continuing our journey. Next up is Mr. Dan Burish, who, by the way, I have to say, I really, at one point, I don't know that I believed him, but there was a great deal of Dan Burish material. This is another guy that would talk for hours and hours and hours. I'm going to give you a synopsis of Mr. Burish from this book by Ronald Gardner. And you may know that Ronald Gardner also wrote a book about that fake anonymous whistleblower. Yeah, that's another person that we should have put on our list, but we've only got time for so many. So this is Mr. Ronald Gardner's book on a complete and total fake UFO whistleblower. Dr. Dan Burish reveals the truth about ETs, UFOs, and MJ-12. For those unaware, Dan Burish sort of weaved a lot of UFO mythology together, including material originally talked about by one Bob Lazar, previous to his becoming a whistleblower, Mr. Burish, that is. He also claimed that he was a member of the famous MJ-12 group, the group that deals with extraterrestrials for the United States government and keeps everything secret. This is a blurb from the book. This is the true story of microbiologist Dr. Dan Burish and his encounters at Area 51 S4 with J-Rod, an alien from the Zeta Reticuli star system whose UFO crashed in Kingman, Arizona. With the implicit consent of the most powerful, this is where it gets good. He claimed that he had permission from Majestic 12 to become a whistleblower. You know, that group that had been murdering people up to and including presidents, if you believe some people, for disclosing stuff about aliens. They just gave him permission with the implicit consent of the most powerful and secretive organization in the United States government, Majestic 12. Dan reveals for the first time why Dan was taken aboard a UFO as a child. The actual procedures used to extract tissue from an ET at Area 51. The real reason the U.S. went to war in Iraq. Hint, it wasn't about oil. Yeah, he said it was because of the Stargates. Remember that? The Stargates in Iraq came from Dan Burish. One of the people that it came from was Dan Burish. The cause of global warming, it's not man-made. And who the winged angels mentioned in the ancient scriptures actually were. Special bonuses, the anatomy of aliens, images and descriptions of alien anatomy verified by Dr. Dan Burish, and actual members of MJ-12 in the layout of their living quarters at Area 51, and a letter from Admiral John Mike McConnell, head of MJ-12, authorizing the disclosure of certain information. This book will challenge your belief system, but if you're ready for the truth, scroll up and click the buy button and get your copy now. Every single detail is corroborated by multiple sources. Great. This is just, yeah. And here we see the image of the J-Rod alien that he claimed that he interacted with at Area 51. So Dan Burish essentially took Bob Lazar's stories about Area 51, but then he expanded upon them. He expanded upon the stories. He weaved in MJ-12. And what you need to know about Mr. Burish is that although he did have some degrees in biology, I don't believe that he was a doctor, if memory serves me correct. And also, while he claimed that he was working at Area 51, we can verify that Mr. Burish actually was working in Las Vegas as a security guard for a casino. So, though he claimed to be a prestigious biologist that the government sought out, and MJ-12 hired him to work on this alien's biology. And you know all those stories about how the gray aliens have some necropolis or some genetic malfunction which is causing all of these problems for them, and that's why they need human material, because they need to extract DNA and sort of fix themselves. These stories originated with Mr. Dan Burish. They have since become an accepted part of UFO mythology. I do have, will cite fair use once again. Dan Burish, like a lot of other people, his videos have been really sort of melting off of the internet. It used to be you could search Dan Burish on YouTube and find 100 interviews with him and things like that. He eventually fell off the map when his story started falling apart and people began verifying that he couldn't have been at Area 51 working when he claimed he was. But that didn't stop UFO profiteers from interviewing him. And here we'll get a sample of some of his story.
Can only be described as somewhat angelic, is interacting with you in a way that's blowing up your security cameras.
It walked through the wall. It literally walked through the wall through my desk. And I was sitting at my desk at the time. It walked through the wall toward me.
Yeah, and he had a lot of stories about interacting with that alien who he called J-Rod. You may have heard that story before. You can buy the book. We showed it to you, but not from me. Interesting story. Mr. Burish claimed that while he was a biologist at Area 51, you know, taking tissue samples from the alien, they became basically best friends.
I fell off onto the floor. That was actual foot. Well, that's just an artist's conception from my point of view. It walked through the wall and I fell back. It then screamed, and I felt myself pulled up in its scream. It was a deference. I heard it screaming to God in English.
What did it say?
Other individuals. It screamed the name.
Begins with a
blessed
Y?
be Adonai.
Oh. Okay.
And
Is that, Aramaic?
It's Hebrew.
Okay.
Why would an alien from another star system be speaking in Hebrew? Hey, these stories don't have to make sense. They just have to sell and sound convincing enough, to sell at UFO conferences. And here is Mr. Burrish being interviewed at a UFO conference, of course.
And I only say that at a great. I wouldn't.
I don't even know what that's a
say that,
picture of. It doesn't make any sense. Is that supposed to be an alien?
I'm very careful with that word. It frightens me. But
Now I put a negative up there so people could see it a little bit better, but that doesn't seem to help.
now, well, that's just an artist's conception I did. That's not it. You have an image here. There's still images, and yes, it related to the research that we are doing, and there were very strict lines which were not to be crossed,
and so
involving the research, and I've been actually laughing.
I don't even know what we're looking at here. Like, that's supposed to be an alien somehow walking through a wall? Okay.
That over this, it's disconcerting.
I guess I see the eyes.
But then again, I come to understand others better who have experiences without proof in their hands of the experiences, and so it's helped grow me because of that.
Was this visitation part of something you were doing at that
That's real.
moment? Was it part of something you were doing at that moment, or was it just
no?
Yahoo Mail Plus. Great software being
the
used
first
here.
time that this being walked in or around me, it was not at home. That was in my home. The first time that it happened, I was up at S4,
right,
and it was between work involving Aquarius, and there was some post-neuropathy buildup work that we were.
Neuropathy. That's what he claimed that the aliens were suffering from and why they needed human DNA in order to repair whatever was causing their neuropathy or their genetic fading. I think, as I recall, because they cloned themselves almost out of healthy existence.
And so I was playing with Lotus up there. And in fact, we got the research from them, the results of the research, because I was proceeding forward with this, actually doing a sequencing or starting to do a sequencing.
Randy, no.
By these particles in the environment. And that's when it walked in. I turned around and saw it standing in back of me, and it was extending through the walls. And it screamed the same thing that it screamed when it walked into my home.
And these are supposed to be pictures of aliens somehow?
That's the only thing I knew to say at the moment. I had a cup of coffee in my hand, the Bosco type. We're not allowed to, they didn't allow.
Yeah, it does look like a botched up Polaroid.
And I hope that they've changed it since. They never allowed caffeinated products whatsoever up at S4. So we had what we called coffee. It was a Bosco type drink. And I began shaking, and then when it screamed, it was as if I pulled out of myself and was pulled upward in the
I think
air
it was, yes, space Jews, yeah.
while it screamed. And when it stopped, I was back in my seat, but my body didn't leave the seat. It was almost like a out of body. This image that you're looking at was taken while I was talking with it. It was doing most talking with me about the J-Rod.
It does look like an old flame
What we
GIF,
would
yeah.
speak about would be what would be filmed.
Yeah, that seems like a strange detail. They're not allowed to have
about the
coffee
beauty
at
of the J-Rod
S4?
and
It
how
doesn't make any sense.
his heart was beautiful, and how his heart reminded me of the hearts of patients.
No, this isn't J-Rod. This
In
is
this
another
image on the
alien
far-
entity that he
you
talked
notice
about
the-
J-Rod with.
The isolated image.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. If you could go back to where we, on the right-hand side, you see what looks like about halfway up the light.
That's interesting. I didn't know
where
that.
the
Mormons can't drink
indentation is
coffee,
something
really.
that looks like a ball.
But they can drink Mountain Dew?
And we'll
It doesn't
put
make
this
sense.
Back up on our website. I don't
Well,
want
it
to market our
seems
website,
that way, Los
eventsday.net.
Zaludos.
But yes, we'll put it up on our website again on our forum.
Looks like there's two there. Yeah. Something.
It's a single structure, and that
Yeah, they would
is
never
the
get
face of
anything
the
done. What
J-Rod,
was that? I don't think. And thanks for
which
being a
was
member.
being observed by the camera while we were talking about the J-Rod. That is not the J-Rod. That is what the being was projecting.
Is it
from me.
Yeah, he's Jewish and the alien
bottom
speaks
right-hand
Hebrew.
corner,
Very convenient. Yeah.
you might see just a little, okay, just below the dot.
Yeah, I get that they're not good pictures. This was his evidence. It's always this grainy, nonsensical.
Okay.
We never get a clear picture of the aliens.
You'll see the dorsal fin of a cetacean. That is a cetacean we were talking about.
What's a cetacean?
A whale. We were talking about a whale. In fact, we were talking about an orca.
Okay.
And that showed up in the image as well. She's got several images.
The
as well
being
as film,
projected as
as well
J-Rod at
as
him.
it
Yes, Storm
turning
Bro. And
its-
thanks for
its
being a member.
face. And you can actually see its face pointing the other direction as well here, with a large mouth looking to the left. Any direction this being
I agree, Los
would
Alados.
turn, it would be looking at you. In other words, it would turn and walk away from you, and it would
It's
be
a
looking
space
at you.
whale. Yeah.
The eyes were literally everywhere, and they appeared like burning embers.
What was the nature of this conversation?
The nature of the conversation was a teaching.
The aliens came to teach him about the other
As
aliens.
to what we were allowed to do now that we stumbled into what we stumbled into,
When
and
you,
what we
when
were
you say
not.
stumbled into, what do you mean?
Meaning the discovery of
Yeah, she's got a lot of them.
Lotus is-
Fake. All of them fake.
The scientist in me says that Lotus is a peculiar plasma phenomenon from silicate oxides.
And the average Joe in you says it's...
The human being in me says that it may relate to the origins.
Yeah, yeah. So these are kind of stories that we get
Something
from
you and I both
Mr.
would probably agree that
Burish.
should not be tinkered or...
He had endless stories of his interaction with all these different alien beings. Chief among them was the J-Rod, which I think we'll hear more about.
Well, it's not only something that should not be tinkered or tampered with, it's something that if one begins tinkering and tampering with, they go a little wacko or worse. We've had a number of people around us who promised. They would have promised on a stack of Bibles. And one did promise on a Bible, actually as a joke in front of me, to not try to do this on their own. Not try to grab, not try to imitate what they were seeing from the optics train, because they knew that we were not playing games with them. I disassembled the optics train in front of them, so they knew there was not a motion picture camera or anything like that in it.
Yeah, apparently the aliens were very camera shy, according to Mr. Burish.
They knew that it was just a series of optics. What I did is I pulled it apart and spread the optics out, so they couldn't tell the order and they couldn't tell the distances, the magnifications.
Well, are you the only one that has the protocols to investigate this? Who else does?
There's one other person, and she's seated in front of me.
So they're not working on
Yep,
this?
she's right there.
Yeah.
Marcia.
Well, I'm saying there's not...
Yeah. Interestingly, his girlfriend got in on the act as Mr. Burish continued to expand his alien stories. Suddenly, his girlfriend also worked at S4, as I recall, and would corroborate his stories. We've detailed this before. That's called the wackadoo prover maneuver. Oh, I definitely have proof. This girl I live with, who I just happens to be my girlfriend, also worked at Area 51 S4, and she'll tell you I'm definitely telling the truth about all these aliens.
Not another military installation that has this knowledge.
No, they kicked me out of S4 as a result of this being walking in. It was one of the nights that Art Bell was kicked off, because when it walked in, when Art Bell was being kicked off the air, I was up at S4. He got kicked off the air because of a strange energy pulse, he said, coming out of the Nevada test site.
Does anybody remember that? Yeah, Art Bell claimed that he got knocked off the air by an energy weapon emanating from S4, and Dan Burish is going to confirm that story and tie in the Art Bell story with his.
That was it.
What is this image here?
That's an image of me being lifted up in the air.
And this was in your home during the same event?
For the being, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a wonky Polaroid too.
This is extremely
Looks like.
uncomfortable, people seeing this too.
This was, of course, a moment that...
That's supposed to be him being lifted up?
How do you see it as it relates to your destiny? Was this something, was this an intervention? Was this...
Yeah, the aliens are intervening with him.
That very instance, I was being lifted up and turned around and told no. for crossing the lines. That was, I won't say.
Oh, he was crossing the lines with the aliens.
But it was instruction.
And Mr. Burish was also well known for getting very emotional and even crying during his talks. He would cry.
I understand the.
Looks like he's getting emotional here. He might start crying right here. I don't know.
This does not mean that Lotus can't be used for the benefit of humankind.
Yeah, and he always had a lot of code words. And if you recall the Q nonsense about Looking Glass, that was first mentioned by Bob Lazar. But again, Mr. Burish expanded on Bob Lazar's mythology and told fantastical stories about the Looking Glass project, in which they can look at any point in time through this sort of device where they could view, Jesus' crucifixion and famous historical events, the death of Julius Caesar, and all these other things. No evidence, but great stories, and expanded upon all of the things that Bob Lazar mentioned, including S4 at Area 51 and more. Interestingly, Mr. Burish would even gain the interest of a young researcher at the time, Michael Schratt, who spent a great deal of time making a lot of pretty pictures for Mr. Burish that he would later use in all of his presentations, kind of a lot like he's doing for Dr. Stephen Greer right now.
And in fact, we've been told that it will be, but in ways different than what people may think. Are we getting near me talking about?
Yes, we are.
All right.
Yes, and it's a perfect lead-in because we got to.
I have some water here. I just
Yeah.
want to fill up a little bit. Shall we?
Yeah. All right. So what we're coming up to now is an interesting sort of revelation, in the sense that all this research up to this point you were doing more or less
research
on your own with the help of other colleagues. It really came out of your experience and both personal and what you experienced in the military. And it's now being set against a larger backdrop, one of a more academic backdrop, which is exciting news.
What happened was this.
Yes, Mr. Burish claimed to be a very distinguished biological scientist. However, you won't find a single paper ever published by Mr. Burish on anything, to the best of my knowledge and recollection.
On January the 2nd of 2001.
Though, also to the best of my recollection, he did have a degree in biology, but an undergraduate degree.
The Looking Glass was employed to.
Here we go, Looking Glass technology.
The future involving Lotus. It was employed by order of MJ1. During the course of that year, that's right where we want to start. During the course of that year, a quid pro quo deal was struck that I could learn about the DCTP, the separation of timelines, and the true nature of the J-rods.
Yes, and interestingly, later Mr. Burish would claim that the J-rods weren't actually aliens. They were future humans that super evolved themselves and tinkered with their genetic profile, which resulted in their almost destruction of the human race. So they had to come back in time and then get DNA from humans from this time to somehow repair their biological damage that they did tinkering with their own genomes, as best I recall.
Well, it's safe to say, because I don't want to reveal anything too much from John, I was informed that depending upon the movement of timelines, whether we would go to the T1 to T2 catastrophic timeline, or stay on T1, that Lotus would be discovered in either 2091 or it would be discovered in the 3400s and have to be decoded. Obviously, if it was the T2 timeline, it would be the 3400s.
Yes, so this gets where things get wonky. He starts talking about alternate timelines, and yeah, it gets crazier from here. Not only do they have alien technology at S4, but they have future human technology up to and including the ability to view different timelines on this so-called looking glass technology.
I understand that it's going to be found now in 2091. I was told that two associates from the California Institute of Technology would find it in their archives, in Caltech's archives, and an afterthought, nothing to do with Lotus itself, an afterthought due to the brilliance of the people finding it. And after being exposed to the material, that they would have an afterthought which would result in the treatment of multiple carcinomas, an effective treatment.
So essentially they're going to cure cancer with these secret government projects involving alien or future human species that they're studying.
And you noticed I still didn't say cure.
Oh, he didn't say cure, sorry. Treatments.
In 2002, near the end of 2002, Marcia McDowell, Bill Hamilton, and a third party engaged in a conversation. You can see part of that conversation there listed up on the board, where Caltech is mentioned. I didn't know about that conversation for a long time.
Oh, and rents.com, what a great source of information.
At the start of 2003, in broken communications between Marcia and myself, she was up in Canada at the time, myself in Las Vegas, she ended up publishing on rents.com Burrish's Ganesh particle acknowledged by Caltech. And I spotted it and we spoke about it and I said, no, what are you writing about here? And she says, no, I found it in the electronic thesis database archive. And it was a big hit in the Caltech archives. Well, we gradually found out that the Ganesh she spotted was a physicist whose name was Ganesh.
Yeah, and it gets crazier from here. This is his circular way of proving that what he's talking about is correct. They found something in an archive in a college that somehow confirms what he is talking about. I think we've sampled enough of Mr. Burish's strange stories, but what we find out about Mr. Burish, researchers started looking into his claims, into his employment history, and it all falls apart. He could not have been working at Area 51. He was, at times, a security guard, I believe, the best as I recall, for a Las Vegas casino. He was also a probation officer, of all things, for a short time, or for a time, in Las Vegas, Nevada. And he was meeting with probationers on a daily basis at the very same time that he was supposedly at Area 51 hanging out with this J-Rod alien. So his entire story fell apart. And interestingly, when his story fell apart, Mr. Burish went from being at a ton of different UFO conferences, being a big speaker, to suddenly sort of disappearing from the scene. And I have not heard anything about Mr. Dan Burish for quite some time. And that could very well be because many of his claims of being a prestigious biologist fell apart. Because despite having a science degree, he was working as a probation officer, not something a prestigious, talented scientist that is so smart the government would hire him to work on the most secret project in human history would be doing. So Dan Burish's story, like many, fall apart, but not before Mr. Burish made a lot of money as a public speaker telling his stories. And interestingly, all of the UFO circle jerkers jumped on Mr. Burish, and Mr. Burish was very popular for a time, selling, not telling, but selling his stories of the J-Rod alien at Area 51 and time travel experiments and weapons, exotic weapons technology. The story gets crazy. At one point, the J-Rod's living in a biosphere, and he goes into the biosphere to get a tissue sample, and the J-Rod jumps on him. And like I said, you can buy the book, but not from me. So Mr. Burish's claims fall apart through careful research of his first put forth timeline. People matched up, found out where he was working. He couldn't have been at Area 51 the whole time that he is claiming that he was at Area 51. A hell of a commute to drive from Las Vegas to Area 51 every day. And I get it. People say he could have flew in on the Janet Airlines. There's no evidence to support that Mr. Burish ever stepped foot on Area 51 other than his stories and his girlfriend backing up his stories that, yeah, he really was a scientist out there at Area 51. Most of me thinks that Mr. Burish saw the money and the fame that Bob Lazar got and thought he would do likewise. That's what most people that are serious researchers who have delved deeply into Mr. Bob Lazar. And then, you know, Mr. Burish for a time was almost like the sequel, right? Like if you paid attention to everything Bob Lazar talked about, those aliens at Area 51 and the alien spacecraft being back engineered, Bob Lazar went quiet for a while after initially being very, very popular for a time. And then along comes Dan Burish in the, I think in the mid 90s, late 90s first. And then during the early 2000s, he worked many UFO conferences and did many podcast appearances or radio shows talking about his experience at Area 51. But what we get is a very flawed individual whose background, educational claims, I believe even military claims and more all fall apart. The places that he claimed to have worked, the prestigious organizations and prestigious science credentials that he claimed don't really pan out. And so here we have yet another whistleblower who is, let's be clear, he's not telling stories. He was selling stories for a time. And everybody around him was making money selling his stories, milking him for more stories about those aliens at Area 51. But after years and years of this, we never got any proof, no verifiable evidence to support any of his aliens or future humans or non-humans. We never get any evidence. We are left with just Mr. Burish's fantastical stories. And so we are sensing a theme here. Now, we will try to continue with Mr. Charles Hall. And again, the books are still available. You can still buy the book. Mr. Ronald Gardner, who also wrote the book on that fake anonymous Area 51 whistleblower. I have that book. Don't have this one, but it's got, I believe that this has a bunch of illustrations from Michael Schratt. Michael Schratt spent a great deal of time interviewing Mr. Burish and sort of making him pretty pictures. So we got to see inside S4 where they kept the aliens, where the biosphere was, where the flying saucers Bob Lazar talked about. Again, Mr. Burish came out and sort of became the sequel to Bob Lazar's stories. And to some, Mr. Burish confirmed that Bob Lazar was telling the truth, because here's another guy that worked there and saw the aliens and the alien technology. But again, Mr. Burish would later claim that those weren't aliens, those were future humans. We never get any proof from Mr. Dan Burish, and I haven't heard from him in quite some time. The last thing that I ever saw of him was somebody hidden camered him backstage at a UFO conference, and he was yelling and screaming at his girlfriend about MJ-12 or something, like having a meltdown. It was pretty comical. And eventually Mr. Burish sort of dropped the suit and tie sort of serious scientist thing, and he would just show up to these UFO conferences in like tie-dyed hippie clothes and stuff. It was pretty interesting. So do I believe Mr. Burish was a real whistleblower? No, I believe he was just another UFO profiteer who never proved any of his stories, though he did profit greatly from them. So we're going on to Mr. Charles Hall. Mr. Charles Hall was the originator of the tall white aliens. You may have heard many different people talk about aliens, or excuse me, tall white aliens. And if you trace it, however, the first person to talk about tall white aliens was Mr. Charles Hall. I do have a video about him to share before we get into. I did a previous piece where we investigated Mr. Charles Hall's claims. And spoiler alert, his claims fall apart as well. But one second, let me get to my notes here. Where is Charles Hall? I'm going to be playing you a trailer from Mr. Charles Hall's documentary, so we can see that if you want to get a documentary deal, you got to tell stories about aliens and become a UFO alien whistleblower. And you too, I'm telling you, can get a documentary film deal. You just need some great stories about aliens. It helps to have some sort of credentials or claims about being in the military when you saw the aliens or whatever. That helps really sell the story. Let's get into this. And again, we're citing fair use. If you're just joining us, welcome. You are watching Truth Seekers, and we're doing a deep dive on the history of some UFO whistleblowers and alien whistleblowers of the past. History is, after all, our greatest teacher, and examining UFO and alien whistleblowers of the past may inform us about what is happening in modern current times.
I came into the computer room and he shut the screen real fast. And I said, "What are you doing?" And he said, "Oh no, I'm just writing my memoirs for our grandchildren," for the past 18 years without telling me about it.
There's so many ways that you can be caught unawares and be afraid, you know. And it comes down to a showdown of how many different types of psychological defenses do you have. You probably don't realize how much humans depend on each other to validate their experience. Do you see what I see? And many humans base their version of reality, their emotions, and so on that type of interaction. And when you see an alien scout craft intentionally blocking the road, making sure that I didn't go any further, and it was now necessary for me to turn my pickup truck around, and to do it, I'm going to have to make like a 13-point turn, you know, up and back, up and back. And then as you're driving back, the 10 miles or so, I was too afraid to even look in the mirror to see if they were following me. Then, now you ask the question, were they for real?
Yeah, so Mr. Charles Hall claims that he was in the Air Force, and while in the Air Force, he went to weather observer, I believe it was Air Force, went to weather school, and he was stationed at a military base where he came face to face with tall white aliens that the United States government was hosting and allowing to use the base for their operations on Earth, refueling, supplies, repairs, things of that nature.
Parked on the road in front of me. Once you become afraid, see your brain, it will do anything to protect you, including give you tunnel vision and not let you see what's off to the side.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought this would be better of a trailer. So Mr. Charles Hall made many claims and has written many different books about his experiences with mostly tall white aliens. To my knowledge, he talked exclusively about meeting tall white aliens. He talked about their culture, their biology, their history, everything. He was an expert at these tall white aliens. For some reason, he was just a weather observer at the military base where he claimed to have worked and met the aliens. But for some reason, he was let in on the biggest secret in human history while observing weather at a military base, and just ran right into the aliens. Nobody told him about the aliens. They just sort of sent him off to do his weather job, and all of a sudden there's an alien scout ship there, and he gets to come face to face with alien beings. Mr. Charles Hall has made a great deal of money selling multiple books. I believe he has 3 or 4 now, all about his experiences with the so-called tall white aliens. But an interesting thing happened. We investigated pretty fully. His claims some time ago, so long ago that it was for my previous show, The Midnight Hour. And by the way, since my initial investigation, several people have come forward and told me how wrong I am about Mr. Charles Hall's military credentials. However, we verified everything to the best of our ability. But because so many people have told me how wrong I am, including Mr. Hall, by the way, Mr. Hall would claim that I couldn't get his military records from the government because I didn't have a need to know, and his military records are top secret. That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. If you were a member of the United States military, your military records, at least your enlistment and your discharge, will be on record at the National Personnel Records Center. And we went to the National Personnel Records Center with Mr. Hall's claims and tried to verify his claims of where he went to boot camp, what branch of the military service he was in, what years he was in, the weather training that he claimed to have, because Mr. Hall gave very detailed information. In other words, saying, you know, I enlisted at this time and date. I did my basic training at this base. Then I was sent to a weather observer school at this base at this time. We try to verify all of the claims, and we came up completely empty. Interestingly, Mr. Charles Hall, I would confront with the with what I found. I thought it would be best if I allow him to explain the discrepancy. After all, Mr. Hall has made an awful lot of money selling books. And remember, his entire story begins with when I was in the military, and then we can't verify that he actually was. So is Mr. Charles Hall simply telling stories? Is his military career and claims of a military career important to the story? I would think it is extremely important to the story, because the whole story begins with, when I was in the military, I met the aliens. We go to the National Personnel Records Center, and his story begins to fall apart. So I have a piece that I've done previously. In order to save time and energy today, I decided that we will play you my original investigation. Now, this is some years ago. This is my original investigation into Mr. Charles Hall. Oh, we want to take a moment to thank Keith Gardeck for a kind and generous $50. Very kind of you. I have Don Shipley on speed dial. Bruv, love you, Stephen. Hey, Keith, yeah, message me, because I am actually going to redo the Charles Hall case, because so many people, including at least one person I trust, is like, you're not right about that guy, Stephen. He really did see the alien. And I'm like, but his whole military claims are fake. So how could the rest of his story not be fake? You know, if the story begins when I was in the military, and then you go to the military and you say, verify all of the claims in his books, and they won't, essentially saying there is no records of him serving, it's a real problem. And of course, I've heard the Men in Black explanation and things like that. But we want to thank you, Mr. Keith Gardeck, for a kind and generous $50 super chat. Very, very kind of you. Email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. I'd still like an interview of Mr. Don Shipley. I believe that I've sent several requests for one, but I haven't been able to get through to him. I realize that he's not the most technical person, so maybe they're going to a spam folder, or he never got me messages. We played some of Mr. Shipley busting Linda Moulton Howe's fake SEAL whistleblowers before, which is always fun. So thank you very much for helping us to praise the cash. I've got the right shirt on today. Praise the cash, friends. Thank you very much. Very kind of you, Keith Gardeck, big time show supporter. So I'm going to play you my original investigation. And it's important to note that I once would just listen to these people tell their stories. And when they said, when I was in the military and I was at this base and then I was at this base, I went to, basic training here. I thought that the people at the UFO conferences verified that the guy wasn't fake, at least verified his military. No, they don't verify anything. They just let anybody get up and say anything at these UFO conferences. Nobody fact checks. Nobody does anything. So I thought it important, and the Charles Hall case was one of the first cases that I really dug in and learned how to find government documents and verification of people's claims and do real fact-checking work. So, I thought it would be beneficial if I play you my original investigation into him. And on the other side, we'll have some more information for you. This is from my original show. Some of you may or may not be aware, but before Truth Seekers, I did an audio-only podcast, which I really loved. It was kind of like, it was much different. The same kind of material, but different format than Truth Seekers. And, audio only. So there's a lot of mystery. And this was the midnight hour. I was the mystery man, and we investigated the paranormal and the same kind of stuff we do now. But I have to say that when I started the Midnight Hour, I was a full-on Kool-Aid drinking believer that aliens were here and everybody was telling the truth. Mr. Hall's case is one of them that really woke me up to the reality. I could not believe that this guy is just getting up at UFO conferences, making the claims that he is making, selling books publicly on the internet, claiming to be a military veteran. Wait till you hear, friends. So recently, one Charles Hall has come back on my radar because he's jumping out and doing a few larger UFO conferences. Charles Hall, for those that don't know, tells an amazing story about being in the Air Force and being a meteorologist, a weather observer in the Air Force. And he got stationed at a top secret base as a weather observer. And while he was there at that Air Force top secret base as a weather observer, he talked to tall white aliens. He got to interact with these aliens that our government was helping provide a base for. Folks, it's an incredible story. And if you sit and listen to this guy, you go, man, what if this was true? Here's an Air Force veteran telling us this story about interacting with, meeting, and talking to aliens, learning about their culture, their purpose here on Earth. What an amazing story from this Air Force veteran. Except he's not an Air Force veteran. He's never been in the Air Force. Making this a story from an Air Force veteran just helps sell it. And like any good con, Charles Hall has been selling this con hard. Charles Hall and his tall white alien stories is a poison well. And what do I mean by that? Well, when Charles Hall starts his alien stories with when I was in the Air Force, and we can demonstrably, with cited sources, prove without a shadow of a doubt that he was never in the Air Force. Well, friends, that's a poison well. Right at the start of the story, he tells a huge, huge lie. If he's going to tell you a huge lie in the first sentence of his story, are we really going to listen to 300-page books, 4-5 books that this guy has written, telling these stories about talking to aliens while he was in the Air Force, when he wasn't ever in the Air Force? This is what some UFO conferences have devolved into, because this guy is right now speaking at UFO MegaCon. And I'm sorry, I keep making the joke, UFO MegaCon. Having this guy, a con, at their con is just, it's funny. And save me the emails, save me the messages. Yeah, I understand. I know con means convention, not con job. But when somebody hosting an event, calling it UFO MegaCon, books Charles Hall, a con man, to come to their conference and tell stories about talking to aliens, and they call their conference UFO MegaCon. And by the way, it's important for people to realize this. Each and every time that Charles Hall gets up on a stage or wherever and tells his alien stories that begin with, when I was in the Air Force, that, my friends, is a felony. There's something called the Stolen Valor Act, which makes it a felony to profit from claimed military service that is not real or genuine. In other words, you can't pretend to be a Gulf War veteran and write a book about the Gulf War and make money. That would be worthy of a felony conviction. And friends, by the same token, when Charles Hall gets up and tells his alien stories that begin with, when I was in the military, when I was in the Air Force, when he was never in the Air Force, that too is a felony. So for any UFO convention to knowingly employ this man who's going to stand up and commit a felony at your conference, that's really not good for your conference. You too could be considered an accessory to that felony for knowingly booking a person that's going to stand up at your conference and lie to everyone about military service that he does not have proof of. And in fact, people can ask me, how is it that I'm so sure that Charles Hall was never in the Air Force? It's a multi-stage process, but it's really very simple to explain. I filed a FOIA request requesting his military records. There are none. And friends, several other researchers or people into this have done the same. And I've compared notes with one person in particular, and we both agree. I went to Charles Hall and said, if you were really in the Air Force, then why are there no records when I file a FOIA request? Mr. Hall's explanation was that I did not have a need to know, and therefore they wouldn't release any records to me. Folks, that's not how FOIA request works, okay? If there are records there, the government has to give them to you unless they can show a valid reason why they need to be withheld. The FOIA forms that came back, both in my case and in other researchers' cases, have been very simple. There are no records available for Charles Hall from the United States Air Force. That alone, my friends, is very convincing evidence that he was never in the Air Force. But I wanted to be sure, so I did what I do often when I want to be sure. I went to Solar Marshall, the man who knows. And we talked about this. And he said, you know, I've already done this for you. Here, I'm going to help you. And I got to say, to his credit, he sure did help me. Because what Charles Hall, the idiot con man selling UFO stories as a fake Air Force veteran, didn't know is that it's awesomely easy to prove or disprove if someone's telling the truth about their Air Force service. And here's why. Someone put an archive online, and that archive contains every graduating class photo from the United States Air Force basic training classes at the different bases that basic training classes are, done at. there's an archive online. And not only does it have the class photos, but it has a text body with the names of each person that was in that basic training class. So what Solar Marshal did, and I also verified after him, is that if you go to the base where Mr. Charles Hall claims that he did his basic Air Force training at, and the year that he claims that he did it, you can go and look at the class photo of the people that were in that basic training class. And not surprisingly, Mr. Charles Hall is absent from that class photo of that basic training class. And again, this is the photo for the year he said that he did his Air Force basic training and the Air Force base he claims that he did that basic training at. I wanted to be certain, so I figured I better keep checking. Well, I figured that he wouldn't get the base that he got his Air Force basic training at wrong, right? But maybe being an older gentleman, he got the year wrong. So we checked the photos, the basic training photos, for, I guess, a 5-year range. We checked 5 years plus and minus. So actually a 10-year range from the year that he said. So we looked through 10 years of Air Force basic training class photos. And again, each of these photos has a text body that gives the names of the, each recruit or whatever you want to call them, basic training candidate, whatever. Each person that was in that basic training class, there's their name. So we looked through a ton of these photos, plus or minus 5 years from the year he said that he did his basic training there, just to be sure. Friends, he's not in any of the photos. So at this point, Charles Hall is still answering my questions on Facebook. This is quite some time ago. I go back to Mr. Hall and I present this to him and say, why aren't you in the basic training photo for the class that you said that you did your basic training at this base? Charles Hall tells me that he was sick that day, so he couldn't be in the photo. And I said, oh, okay, well, why is your name not listed? Charles Hall, what do you mean my name's not listed? He doesn't even know how the photos work for these Air Force basic training classes. So I told him, well, your name would still be there even if you were sick and couldn't get to the class photo, they'd still list your name. He's like, oh, no, my name's there. And no, I sent it to him. Here you go, Mr. Charles Hall, your name's not there. And your face is certainly not there. You're not in this picture. He comes back to me and he says, you don't have a need to know. Wait a minute. You're going to do the same shtick that you did for the FOIA request? I don't have the need to know to look at your photo that's in a public database. Oh, I'm sorry. Your photo that's missing from that public database, which shows the class that you said that you took your basic training in. But you're not in the photo and you're not listed. And just to be clear, I went through that database enough to find some photos where there was 1 or 2 more names listed in the graduating class than people that were in the photo. So I'm sure that if he was in that class, they would have written his name based on examples I've seen. But now he's going to tell me I don't have a need to know, so I can't get the picture. That's what he said. You don't have a need to know. You can't get the real picture. I believe I was surprised. So he's implying there's a fake picture up in that database. Again, friends, we've come back to this time and time again. When you get caught lying, you got to pull out the men in black. They erased the real one, and they're trying to destroy his reputation. So I go back to him a few times and say, are you saying that the government erased it? Or you say, and he just kept repeating this, no, you don't have a need to know. My next communication with him was shortly before a conference that I believe he was running himself. It was like a one-night event where you could come and hear him speak in Las Vegas. So I go back to him, and on Facebook, I say, you understand, because of the Stolen Valor Act, since you were never in the Air Force, that when you do this, standing up and telling these alien stories at your event, that you're committing a felony. You understand that, correct? And he came back to me and basically said, I'm wrong. I can prove my military service. I have the DD-214. And I said, great, give me the DD-214. What does he come back with? You don't have a need to know. Friends, it's ridiculous. And shortly after this, Charles Hall posted a public post, advertising his conference. And I wrote something on there like, Mr. Charles Hall cannot prove his Air Force military service, and he is continuing to sell these stories, which I believe is a felony based on the Federal Stolen Valor Act. I posted something like that as a public reply. Charles Hall and his wife blocked me. And by the way, I can't tell you how many sources have come to me and said, you know that his wife writes the books, right? He didn't write those books. He's just the front person telling the story. His wife writes the books and collects all the money and all that stuff. So there you go. I guess they're partners in crime, and she was very nasty to me as well. And here we are. If the guy never, ever was in the Air Force and he's telling these alien stories, starting with, I was in the Air Force, it's a felony, my friends. And I'm not going to back down from that. I'm not the person that has the obligation to prove I'm not committing a felony. Mr. Hall has the obligation to prove that he is not, in fact, every time he stands up at a UFO conference, committing a felony. He has to prove that. He has to prove that to the general public. He has to prove that certainly to the people that are organizing these UFO conferences, choosing whether or not to employ him to tell those alien stories. And I believe that he has an obligation to prove it to me. After all, I went to him like a gentleman and said, can you please explain these discrepancies? Basically, I was very, very polite to Mr. Hall. I wasn't nasty. I wasn't confrontational. So there we have it. And just a point of clarification, this was early in my, let's call it educational phase. And it turns out that, believe it or not, it is not a felony. A JAG officer, which is a military lawyer, contacted me and educated me after this broadcast. And we did post a correction somewhere along the lines of the midnight hour. But just to be very clear on the legal side of things, it is not a felony, or maybe technically it is. It depends on how you read the statutes. No one is prosecuted for pretending to be a military officer and profiting. They are only prosecuted if they claim to have certain medals, like the Medal of Honor, or, distinguished, very high-ranking, distinguished military medals. If they claim they have those medals and they sell books or profit in any way, then it's a felony. But to just simply pretend that you were in the Air Force and sell books and tell stories and get up at UFO conferences doing the stolen valor swindle, it is certainly not moral. It's certainly not ethical, but it may not be illegal. And in fact, I'm told that no one's prosecuted for that. They're only prosecuted if they claim to have certain medals, like the Medal of Honor or the Purple Heart. It's a strange statute. I think it should be illegal. It's an offense to real military veterans around the world to claim, and one might also argue that it is a form of theft by deception to claim that you're telling true stories based on your military experience that doesn't exist. So, but just to be clear on the legal front, apparently it's only a felony if you claim you had certain medals, like the Medal of Honor or the Purple Heart, and you do these things. But just claiming that you were in the military, you can claim you were a military SEAL, you can claim you were, a Marine like Randy Kramer, the fake space Marine, does, and there's no legal consequences. You will not be, apparently, you will not be prosecuted for pretending that you were in the Marines and profiting, or pretending that you were in the Air Force like Mr. Charles Hall. Now, just an update. There was a time where I had all of the documents pursuant to my requests, the FOIA requests, the letters sent to the National Personnel Records Center, which, by the way, there's no such thing as need to know. When it comes to military service, the military has to at least acknowledge your enlistment date and the date that you left the military from the National Personnel Records Center. They don't have to give you detailed records, which is generally something called a DD-214. Only a family member or the service member themselves can get the detailed record, which shows where you were stationed and when, and what your assigned responsibilities were at every stage of your military career. Those detailed records are not public record, but what is public record is your enlistment and your leaving the military dates. And it is the responsibility of the National Personnel Records Center to verify someone's military claims. If they claimed, hey, I enlisted on this date and I left the military on this date, the National Personnel Records Center would have those records, and they are required by law to give those to any member of the public who requests. We requested. We got back no Charles Hall. We did that additional checking because he's very detailed in one of his books. I believe the first one, which I have, he writes down, I was at this base from this date to this date. I did my basic training at this base from this date to this date. So we checked in with the graduating pictures. There's an online database, which is public records. Anybody can access, no Charles Hall. So, but just out of an overabundance of caution, because a few people have asked me, having sampled the larger or the longer version of that investigation, people said, hey, can you give me copies of those records? I write a blog. I went looking for them not long ago and wasn't able to locate them. But I'm quite adamant, and you have my word that I did this. But just to be sure, I am going to employ some help in the form of 2 other researchers, and all 3 of us are going to do this again. And then I will make public on our Google Drive here for Truth Seeker Show, which we do very often. We share our research because it is a hallmark of a good researcher that I can research this issue, publish my results, and then other people can repeat the research and come to the same or nearly the same conclusion. So some of you are familiar with Gunnar, who was a longtime show supporter. He is an expert at working with the National Personnel Records Center. He is a former Marine himself who has busted many stolen valor frauds. We'll also be reaching out to Mr. Don Shipley, former Navy SEAL, and 1 other researcher. So there's going to be 4 of us, and I'm going to send everybody out. Come back to me with the results. Here's the claims. We're going to write them all down, and we'll do a future update on Mr. Charles Hall. But Mr. Charles Hall has made an awful lot of money, and I believe that he is basing all of his stories on stolen valor. So, but to be clear, we're going to do it all again and do a new updated episode on Mr. Charles Hall because he continues to make money from his stories. And if we can provide substantial and supportive proof and documentation to prove that many or all of his claims of military service that his stories begin with are completely and totally factually false, I think that would be a public service. And that's one of the things that we do here. So we will continue our journey. We have just a few contestants left on UFO whistleblower history here. Next, we are going to get into Simon Parks, one of my favorite UFO alien grifter, so-called alien, or no, Alex Collier is next. I apologize. We have 3 left. So let's get into Alex Collier, which I have to say, I am not very well versed with Mr. Collier. At Mr. Collier, however, because he was a very prominent alien contactee and speaker at many different UFO conferences. The next contestant, welcome Operation Shutdown, and thanks for being a member. The next contestant on UFO Whistleblower is Alex Collier. That's how I believe most people pronounce it, but of course I've heard people pronounce it other ways. Most often I hear Collier or Collier, In any case, Mr. Collier claimed to have been an alien abduction victim and also an alien contactee who could experience downloads and spontaneous communications with Andromedan aliens. And he spent, I believe, the better part of a decade or more working UFO conferences. Alex Collier may be accurately described as an early version of Corey Goode, in that Mr. Collier told fantastical fairy tales of riding in alien spaceships and being abducted by aliens and interacting with the Andromedan aliens. And he was chosen out of everybody on Earth to be their vessel. And they were going to give him all of their alien knowledge to share with the world. A sort of UFO messiah of sorts, as many other UFO and alien whistleblowers would claim to be. Here I have some samples of Mr. Collier. Here he is discussing his first alien abduction experience. And Mr. Collier, like many of the earlier UFO whistleblowers, a lot of his earlier material seems to be vanishing from YouTube and the internet, but you'll still find clips in various places like TikTok, Facebook, and other places. So we will again cite fair use. Let me put our fair use banner up. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the videos that we are sharing. We are educating the public about UFO and alien whistleblowers of the past. So Alex Collier, let's get into this guy's stories, which, like I said, he's sort of an early version of Corey Goode in that he told fantastical stories of alien interactions and communication and having all sorts of advanced knowledge about the universe that he got from the Andromedan aliens. He made a living for more than a decade doing different projects, selling books, selling his public speaking, where he would come to your event and tell his fantastical stories about aliens. Here's one of them.
But round circular, there was a light in the room that I simply don't know where it came from because there were no light fixtures whatsoever. The table was just some kind of a metal table with a pad on it, except it was a different type of metal. And all of a sudden, monitors start popping out from the walls, like out of nowhere. Turns out that this is their holographic technology, all this instrumentation.
Ooh,
and all of these things were showing me pictures and of things of going on that were going on inside my body. At one point, Visayas reached under the table, pulled out
I believe it is
that looked like a little yarmulke. It was metallic that had a hole in the center. He placed it on my head, and instantly a monitor directly in front of me pulled out of the wall and started showing me scenes, like movie clips, except they were scenes from lifetimes. And as I'm watching this, I am having a profound emotional effect watching this. And I know that that's me. I knew that the past lives that they were showing me
could be Corey Goode 1.0, yes.
And it was me in completely different bodies, extraterrestrial bodies, different life forms, male, female, androgynous, and it was me. And I knew it was me. Ladies and gentlemen, it was profound. It was absolutely profound. They told me that they had come back to visit because
so
genetically,
it's a different
on
galaxy.
a soul level, I was part of them. That I had come here 62,000 years ago as an outpost on Earth and got caught between a skirmish between two other rival extraterrestrial races here.
Alien war.
So I had been here for a while, trying to evolve out of this. Or I made choices to be here. I don't exactly know that.
Real life anime people. Yes, Randy. Yes. It's a lot like anime, right?
Now I know.
He's been here for 62,000 years.
I can't prove any of this.
Shut up, Paul Shields.
But it's real for me. It's totally real for me. And I share that with you because as you're exercising discernment, those of you who are here just exploring, trying to figure it out, you are soul first, Okay, the physicality is the last
I
part.
believe that he did.
You
A
are
great
soul
part of
first.
his material.
And the soul is far wiser than the body will ever be. And I know that. Okay, so that this was very real and is real for me.
It's real for me. I don't know about the rest of you, but it's definitely real for me.
On December in 1993, a color sound frequency started emanating from all the black holes in the known universe. It's happening on all the levels. This is the Andromedan perspective.
Ooh.
This color sound frequency was creating a brand new holographic template over the entire density mass of our universe.
Oh, that's a big hologram. It covers the whole universe.
Apparently,
you know how much energy that would require?
That holograph,
an infinite amount.
There were conscious beings. The A's do not know who they are, but those that they're talking to, their mentors from higher evolutions or higher densities, have said that they have the ability to be at their level, this 12th density, and look directly down through all the densities. They have this ability.
All that talk of different densities, and yeah, the aliens live at a different density than us, right? Higher density beings, all of that stuff originated with Mr. Alex Collier, I believe. I'm sure that some other New Age people may have talked about this previously, but he's the one that mixed it with all the alien stuff originally.
It is said that this template is literally pulling all of the dimensions up to another higher frequency.
Oh, higher frequencies. Where have we heard that before? Higher density beings,
and what we're
higher
going
frequencies.
Through here with
sound familiar?
Shifts, with new dimensional shifts, with higher frequencies, with expanded consciousness. So are the other extraterrestrial races. They're going through the exact same thing as we are. But
we all should sit in a campfire together and sing Kumbaya, us and all the aliens. We're all going through the same thing, friends.
It's different for them. Okay, they're a much more aware consciousness. They probably have not suppressed any of the technology from their people. So they know what's happening. And they are all moving together because of the law of consistency. They are all moving together. They all have the same similar goal. And
all right. That's pretty interesting, but we have another video. Mr. Alex Collier got some television coverage early on in his career. Mate is dropping in. Got to bounce. Thanks for the show. Well, thank you, Storm Crow, for your kind and generous Australian $10 super chat, and thank you as well for being a member. Praise to cash, praise to cash. I got the right shirt on today. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, Storm Crow, longtime show supporter. So I have one more piece of Alex Collier to share with you, and this is from an early television appearance of his. It looks like transferred from VHS. Nothing but the best quality for my audience here. But I should mention that Mr. Collier's videos and early talks at all the UFO conferences seems to be like many of these earlier 1990s and early 2000s whistleblowers, sort of melting off the internet, getting harder and harder to find. And some of this stuff is causing me to think that we should begin an archive. We'll call it like the BS archive, right? And just start archiving this stuff, because I believe that many of these people actively don't want their early material. This is from 1994. I believe many of them don't want their early material. They want people focusing on their new BS, not their long and varied history of BS. And by the way, Alex Collier has made something of a resurgence lately. Appearing on many popular secret space program conferences, doing the wackadoo prover maneuver, backing up other people who claim to be in contact with aliens and more. But his early material is getting very difficult to find. I managed to find this on his own channel. He has his own YouTube channel, Alex Collier, on YouTube.
I am a contactee. I am not an abductee. I willingly go. I want to help. I find it fascinating, and I feel that it is important that other souls who are also having these experiences try to come forth with the information.
Yeah, and interestingly, do you hear there's a problem already? Because we just watched a TikTok video where he describes his first alien abduction event. And here in this television appearance, he says he's not an abduction victim, he's a contactee. Big plot hole, you know, but stories change over time. And Alex Collier has filled many hours of material telling his alien and past life stories for decades now. So I guess it stands to reason that some of his stories don't mesh together very well, but I would think that that was a big problem. In one video, he's describing his first alien abduction experience. And in this video, he's saying, I'm not an alien abductee, I'm a contactee. They're contacting me, not abducting me. Yet in other videos, he's talking about how they abducted him.
Because we are not being told the entire story by our governments.
Of course,
the government that I've been into, one of the motherships that I go to is called Atlantia.
He goes to
It's
motherships.
approximately 250 miles long.
A 250-mile spaceship. And you might notice that a lot like Corey Good, Alex Collier has fantastical stories of space adventures, but he has no evidence of his space adventures. Funny that.
It has a population of it, from what I understand, of anywhere from 150 to 500,000 beings at one particular time. It is completely self-sufficient. It needs nothing.
500,000 aliens at once.
2.5 weeks ago.
Whoa, we just had contact with aliens 2.5 weeks ago, but this was back in 1994.
In North County, San Diego. Ladies and gentlemen, I have had the opportunity to converse with the Andromedans regarding much UFO information that is circulating throughout the UFO community.
So he's the conduit. Remember, he is the contactee. They're sharing information with him. You want the truth about aliens? You can get it from me, right? And he had lots of things that he was selling, I believe.
Things that I have been able to do is to verify where many of the alien bases, the joint alien-human bases,
he knows where the alien bases are.
And I have in front of me
the CIA has a department for the spread of disinformation. It is at least as big as the department for the collection of UFO data.
That's an interesting overdub.
The CIA makes it difficult to distinguish between genuine and false information about cooperation between itself and UFOs and about its secret bases. UFO investigators are, however, stationed in the areas where there is much UFO activity.
Oh, so the CIA, they're running disinformation campaigns, so we can't get the truth about those aliens. Yeah, common thread among these storytellers. But they'll tell us the truth for a price.
In the middle of the Iranian desert, Tibet, high in the mountains of the Himalayas, Narvik.
Oh, here's where all the alien bases are.
Near a military base. Africa.
If he knows where all the alien bases are, why doesn't he just go up in one of them bitches with a camera, right? They're like, I'm going to get these aliens on film, and then people won't think I'm a nutter, right? People won't think I'm a wackadoo because I will go to all these bases. He claims to know where all the alien bases on Earth are. Why don't you go get some footage or some video or some pictures or something? No, we get stories.
There are two in Egypt.
Two alien bases.
One in Algeria, near Tahat. One in the Sudan. Okay, there are two in Australia. One south of Alice Springs called Pine Gap.
Oh, Pine Gap, yeah. That is Australia's Area 51. So not coincidentally, that's where the aliens are in Australia, at Pine Gap Research Facility.
And another in the Great Victoria Desert. These are both built by the CIA of the United States.
Oh, the CIA of the United States is building these bases.
And the government there and the aliens are both operating both these bases.
Whoa, the CIA is working with the aliens, friends.
Okay, now I'd like to go to South America, to the country of Brazil.
Why is he talking with that wacky accent?
So, along the Andes Mountains in Chile, Peru, Bolivia, Argentina. There are many bases as well in the Pacific and Atlantic Ocean. And
So these are joint bases between the aliens and the CIA. I knew the CIA was the bad guys. They're working with the aliens and they're covering up the aliens.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to show you where they are in North America, in the United States.
I'm guessing Area 51.
State of Montana, Red Mountain. In Nevada, Black Rock Desert.
Black
and the
Rock.
other in the K-Witch
Yeah.
Mountain Range, which is known as Area 51.
Area 51. I called it. That's where the aliens
Sometimes
are.
I just
knew
want
it.
to run a card.
Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah, that's the end. So Alex Collier, what can I tell you about him? He was sort of an early Corey Good-like character. He made fantastical claims. Like, listen to this. If you knew exactly where all these joint CIA and alien bases are, why don't you just roll in there with a bunch of cameras? Like, we're here, bitches. We're going to take some pictures of your aliens, and we're going to prove to the world that I'm not a wackadoo. But we don't get that. We get stories and buy my books, and you know, it is a never-ending cycle of promising that some sort of truth about the aliens will be available to you through these personalities, but they never quite come through with any evidence, but they've always got new stories to sell you. Remember that, again, it's a recurring theme with these UFO whistleblowers. They are not telling you stories. They are selling you stories. There's always a financial angle. So Alex Collier made many fantastical claims, including some of the claims that you heard here, which are absolutely ridiculous. If you knew exactly where all these alien bases were, wouldn't you just go there with a camera, surveil them at least, get some good flying saucer footage of the aliens taking off and landing at that secret CIA alien base? Something? No, you're just going to point it out on a map and then go, trust me, dude, that's where the alien bases are. So Alex Collier, early UFO whistleblower, alien contactee, alien whistleblower, whatever term you want to use, made a great deal of money for years and years and years working UFO conferences, selling his fantastical stories about aliens. But to my knowledge and recollection, Mr. Collier has never provided, much like Corey Good, a single shred of proof. Here is another individual, just like Corey Good, who spent years and years and years of his life standing up in front of people and telling them all kinds of fantastical stories, zero evidence. I checked out of Alex Collier early. I believe I first heard of him in the 1990s, and I listened to him and went, he's a wackadoo. As much as I wanted to believe in aliens and alien visitation, his stories were so fantastical and so lacking in even the minorest, most minute, tiny little bit of evidence. He has no corroborating evidence, no documents, no pictures, no videos. It's all just stories. And this is a theme that we will come to see time and time again is very, very common with these so-called UFO whistleblowers. That and the promise of evidence to come. We're working on a package where we'll have overwhelming evidence, and then they generally never come through. They make promises of major revelations to come and disclosures to come and evidence to come, much like our latest UFO whistleblower, Mr. David Grush, is doing. Oh, trust me, this is true, and we're going to prove it. But the evidence never comes. And again, I would like to be wrong about Mr. Grush. In fact, I hope I'm wrong, but we are learning a lesson in history of, if you're just joining us, you're watching Truth Seekers. And tonight on Truth Seekers, we are detailing a not so brief history of UFO whistleblowers. This is part 2. I have forgotten. I'm a terrible show host sometimes. I will put part 1 in the description of this video. So if you really want a full and thorough education into the history of so-called UFO whistleblowers in the UFO community, you can watch part 1 after this one if you haven't seen it already. And in each of these pieces we are doing on UFO whistleblowers, we have detailed the claims and sort of the end result of the claims of many UFO whistleblowers. There's 7 in the first one, the first piece, part 1, and there's 7 in this. And our next contestant on UFO whistleblower roundup here is Simon Parks, who is one of my favorite because his stories are so ridiculous, up to and including Mr. Simon Parks losing his virginity to an alien in a holographic sex chamber. I'm going to say it again. Simon Parks claims to have lost his virginity to an alien in some sort of holographic sex chamber. And I don't, you know, I'm not responsible for the claims. I'm just repeating what he said. So we'll get to Mr. Simon Parks, another UFO alien so-called whistleblower. Some would say wackadoo. And it's important to note that Mr. Simon Parks, before he was a sort of a Q expert who was all chips in. This guy is such a nutter, Simon Parks. He's getting phone calls from Donald Trump and Q himself. There's all kinds of information that he's dropping bombs about, and none of his predictions ever came true. And Simon Parks was one of those nutters that at first claimed that Donald Trump was in some secret location and would soon retake the White House because he was in control of the military. It's just an incredibly crazy story. But before he was a Q influencer telling those kind of fairy tales, he was telling alien fairy tales. Let's get into it, friends. And again, this is a transformative work. This is fair use. We're educating the public about Mr. Simon Parks and his claims of having sex with aliens, having babies with aliens, having an alien mantid reptilian, I think, daddy. Yeah, he had an alien mommy and daddy too, in addition to his human ones. And oh, it is just a treasure trove of BS, friends. Let's get into it.
This is the alien.
You're only banging alien chicks. This is so stupid and so ridiculous. And some of you may be aware that I had some close friends and family and neighbors that were into the whole Q grift that he was doing. And they would send me his videos, and I would send this video and say, did you know that he used to bang hot alien cat broads before he was a Q guy? And none of them knew, because he sort of reinvented himself as a Q grifter and got off of the alien train, right?
What do you say to some people that might say, oh, you're mad?
Yeah, I'd say I can understand how you would say that, because you've not seen anything yourself, and that's your immediate fallback position. But you come and spend some time with me.
Yeah, and another thing, and I don't know why it bothers me, but it does. God, I hope, please hear my prayer. If I ever go bald, just let me have some dignity and shave my head and not do the sweep over, comb over, because Simon Parks has the worst sweep over, comb over of anybody in UFO land. It is just terrible. And here we see that on full display. He doesn't have all the gel in and have it like plastered down to his head like he usually does.
You follow me around for a day and you'll actually walk away shaking your head, because you'll think, well, he's actually not mad.
No, I think he's pretty mad.
Many people who say they are abducted every year find it very distressing.
Yeah.
The seaside town of Whitby.
And now it gets into some other alien contactees. So that's Simon Parks' big television debut as an alien contactee he's banging cat queen aliens, all right? Like, I don't know. If I can't prove he's not banging cat queen aliens, can you? I can't prove he's not, but Mr. Simon Parks, like many people, would go on to tell other fantastical fairy tales, this time about Trump and Q and JFK Jr., along with Robert David Steele and a few of those other grifters, Charlie Ward as well. They all grifted the Q thing together, and even continued the Q grift after that thing just completely fell apart as a bunch of nonsense. To the best of my knowledge and recollection, Mr. Simon Parks is still putting himself out there as some kind of U.S. or geopolitical expert on politics and what's really going on with the Trump situation, which gets into a whole bunch of ridiculous stories about Trump still really the president. And you've heard all this stuff before. It is nonsensical garbage. So Mr. Simon Parks, yet another person who made a lot of money appearing in monetized videos, I think television shows, documentaries, books, and more, telling his fantastical fairy tales. Chuck Bam says Robert David Steele is deceased. Yes, he died some time ago. Rest in peace. But I still believe that Robert David Steele, Simon Parks, and Charlie Ward all were grifting together, right? I just don't understand how anybody could believe this guy, but he amassed quite a big following, and he has some sort of organization, and he's also in on the MedBed technology scam. You remember that? He was opening healing centers all over the world. No, he's not. And he had an organization where people kept quitting in disgust, and there's a person called M. Seeker of Truth that has covered Mr. Simon Parks. There was also a great deal of allegations of sexual improprieties against Mr. Simon Parks. He would offer healing services to people and other sort of psychic surgery, or not surgery, psychic services. And during those, he was propositioning women to become his mistress. And we detailed one of those stories here. So Mr. Simon Parks, yet another alien UFO whistleblower whose fantastical stories were never, ever backed up by any tangible or verifiable evidence. He has no documentation, no real pictures, no corroborating witnesses, no films, no videos. What he has is pictures of the aliens he bangs and meets with that he drew with crayons like a child. So I've never understood the Simon Parks thing. Jumped off early, listened to him a few times early on back when he first came out with his stories, and just thought, this guy's a wackadoo with no evidence or proof. I've always been more partial to the people that at least promised that they had some kind of proof, or, maybe they had some grainy video or grainy pictures, or, other forms of sort of tantalizing maybe evidence was a bit more compelling to me than just a person telling stories. Now we end our journey into the incredible shady world of UFO whistleblowers with a man named Connor O'Ryan, who, much like Dan Burish, would hear Bob Lazar's story and then expand on it. And Connor O'Ryan is one of the perhaps least known of the UFO alien whistleblowers. He was called an S4 informer because he was going to inform the public about what was really going on at S4. And you may recall that S4 was the base that Bob Lazar first described. And a man named Wendell Stevens, who we've detailed here before, was a twice convicted person that had problems with children of a sexual nature. He was convicted for multiple victims and multiple assaults against children, but he was still working UFO conferences after he got out of prison. And the prevailing stories being told by people that run UFO conferences and all these other things was that Wendell Stevens was somehow framed by the CIA. But I'm here to tell you that the court documents, all of them, are available, and you too can read them. And all I can do is give you my assurance that those cases were genuine and involved real underage child victims who told their stories, and very convincingly so. And this man was convicted. Wendell Stevens was convicted. Let's be clear. So Wendell Stevens was the person bringing forth this story. Not coincidentally, Wendell Stevens made his full-time living for many decades selling UFO and alien stories. And then along comes this man named Connor O'Ryan, who would tell a fantastical story of being a former, was it Navy SEAL or no, he was in the military and he was Special Forces, and he was hand-selected to be a security guard at the S4 location in Area 51, where they keep the alien spaceships and the aliens. And Mr. Wendell Stevens would try his very best to sell the story of this so-called alien UFO whistleblower, Connor O'Ryan. And I will have more details after we sample some of this information from Wendell Stevens. And boy, they pulled out all the stops here, and they filmed him out in the middle of the desert and gave him some pencils and stuff to draw with while he told his story. This person did. His man's name is Connor O'Ryan. He told his story of being an Area 51 security guard and seeing the alien spaceships and even the aliens, and confirming a great deal of what Bob Lazar told us about what really goes on at Area 51. Not coincidentally, Bob Lazar has never acknowledged the sort of sequels to his story that came out afterwards, after Bob Lazar's story came out in the form of Dan Burish and the form of this Connor O'Ryan character brought to us by a convicted child predator who spent time in jail. Interestingly, I have more information about this so-called Connor O'Ryan, but let's sample some of the things he's saying. I apologize for the poor audio quality. This is from Mr. Wendell Stevens, who filmed this man telling his story and then did an entire series on this man. Look, there's 16 volumes of this somehow, but only some of them are available on YouTube. I haven't been able to find all of them, so we're just going to have to take what we can get. Let's get into it, friends. And again, this is fair use. We're educating the public about so-called UFO and alien whistleblowers. And of course, Mr. O'Ryan was called a UFO whistleblower, an Area 51 whistleblower, to be more particular, by one Wendell Stevens, who was a lifelong seller of alien and UFO stories. He had no real job, near as I can tell, for the last, I don't know, 30 or 40 years of his life. He just did UFOs, made documentaries. Wendell Stevens was one of the big supporters of the Billy Meyer case. Check that out. That is completely and totally ridiculous, but it is what it is.
Because we're basic concept, everybody's expendable to us. And we can be written off very easily, like, hey, he's Special Forces. You knew that, telling your parents he was in Nicaragua, he got shot, that's all you need, or you know what I mean? He died in an accident. Parents are going to accept that because they've already accepted the fact that you're a Special Forces personnel and high risk job.
Oh, and now we're going to hear about the hitmen. There's hitmen at S4.
He was a strong, healthy young man, robust. He was he joined the Marines and then stayed in the Marines. And he kept training up to a SEAL status and then a Black SEAL status. And
you don't join the Marines to become a SEAL. There's the first indicator that this man's so-called military credentials are fake. You do not join the Marines and then become a SEAL. That's not how this works. And I was kind of surprised that Wendell Stevens would make such an amateur hour mistake. But ask any Navy SEAL. The SEALs are Navy. You join the Navy to become a SEAL, not the Marines.
Which is the highest ranking or the highest trained level a Marine can reach. But when I found the W-4 in his wallet while he was taking a shower, he was drawing $72,000 a year on a commission from the CIA, which is about equivalent to a colonel grade.
Yes, and so Wendell Stevens made many fantastical claims, including finding pay stubs from the CIA for this man. But he never published those pay stubs. Funny that.
Sparse blonde hair. It wasn't not real shaggy hair. He was he stood very erect. He looked like a Marine, like a soldier. He had the blue eyes.
He looked like a Marine, so he must have been.
But he didn't add a lot. If he didn't ask the question, you're not going to get any information. He had a tattoo on his right arm that he kept covered up, and he got a mark for each special mission carried out. Now, to him, his special missions were terminating enemies of the United States government. If they were characterized as enemies and they didn't want them to go to trial because information might come out that would be of sensitive nature, they would just terminate them instead. And he understood that was what he was doing, and that was his job. To me, it's murder. To him, it was a mission.
Okay, so this man, besides working at Area 51 and seeing alien spaceships, he also worked for the CIA and was a hitman for the United States government, killing people inconvenient to the United States government. I don't know about you, but going on public YouTube videos or, whatever, and admitting to multiple murders is probably not smart if you actually murdered people, but who knows, right? These are the fantastic claims. There was an awful lot of claims about this person, and Wendell Stevens tried to really cash in on this guy, and wait till you hear where he really came from. We'll get more on the other end of this.
He was also living the life of a government assassin. All the special troops there apparently were being used for the same purpose. And they thought those assassinations were called missions, special missions. They got a special bonus for each special mission and a hash mark on the arm. And
oh, thanks for murdering people. Here's some extra money.
These young men were selected when they were in their high teens, very impressionable age, and they looked for people that already were patriotic. And they worked on the patriotism in boot camp until they became so patriotic that they would weep when the flag would go up and down the flagpole. And they were trained.
So that's how the government picks their assassins. They would put the flag up the flagpole and see who cried. And those would be the people that they picked to be the assassins. This is so childish and ridiculous, but welcome to the UFO circus.
To take out America's enemies. And so for them to carry out one of these missions, all their leaders had to do was characterize somebody as a traitor or an enemy of the United States or a spy. And their job as top Marines was to take out them.
And it's just a coincidence that S4 is in the same location that Bob Lazar said it was. And remember, there have been flyovers. Nothing that any of these people described at S4, like guard shacks or parking lots or roads, actually exists at Papoose Lake. People have done recent flyovers. There's literally nothing there. Former Area 51 security guard that we did a story on earlier said that he drove out there right as the Bob Lazar story was breaking. There was no hangars. There was no guard shack. There was no roads. There was nothing there but rocks and sand. Further evidence that may suggest that S4 does not exist is that it's a highly irradiated area, and anyone can check with the Atomic Energy Commission what the radiation levels in that area are like. And those radiation levels will preclude you from being there for any extended length of time, would be extremely dangerous and hazardous to your health. So why then would the government put a top secret base where they have all these people working there on a daily basis, like Bob Lazar, Dan Burish, and this person, Connor Orion, who claimed to be a security guard? And I don't understand. I guess they put a bunch of assassins as the security guards for the top secret alien base. Okay, but remember, Wendell Stevens is a twice convicted child predator who is selling these stories. He didn't tell these stories. He sold these stories. Talked about him at UFO conferences for years. And there used to exist a whole bunch of videos of this person detailing the S4 base and what's there and the aliens. And I've been unable to locate, you can find pieces of them here. We've got volume 1. We've got 4 of 16, and there's only a few on this YouTube channel. Many of them have been disappearing from the internet. If anybody has the full set of these, please contact me, or if you could find the links to them, contact me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. Interestingly, however, there's nothing at S4. I'm sorry if you really want to believe there's an alien base at Area 51. For all I know, there could be, but it's not where everybody claimed that it was, including Bob Lazar, Dan Burish, who built on Bob Lazar's original story, and this person, Connor O'Ryan, who built on Bob Lazar's original story as well.
Enemies of the country, and they would do it with no compunction. Even if it was a brother, they would do it, or a sister, a close relative.
And I believe this is a fake photo.
Because they were trained to implicitly believe their leaders.
But they're claiming it's the TR-3B.
Air. And so these missions were simply missions to kill spies, internal spies within the system. And they thought that's what they were doing, is ridding the system of its betrayers, of its traitors. So it didn't bother him at all about murdering people. These guys were exempt because they were carrying out a special mission.
Oh, you're just exempt from murder, kind of like a 007. You get the green light. You're allowed to murder people.
And they really believed this. They didn't feel bad about their hits, because they sincerely believed that they all were traitors and enemies of the country. He'd gone to take a shower in my shower, and he laid his keys and wallet on the coffee table in front of the sofa where I was sitting when he went in to take his shower. And I thought, oh, I'll look in his wallet, see if he is who he says he is. And when I did, I saw there's no Connor O'Ryan in the wallet. All the names in there were Derek Hennessy. So I looked a little further. I took out a group of credit cards in an envelope, in a pocket in the wallet, and folded in between the cards, folded 4 ways so you couldn't see it. And when I separated the cards, there was this piece of paper folded tightly. It turned out to be a W-4, which is the employer's statement.
Yes. So this guy is staying with Wendell Stevens, and more on that later. And while he's staying with Wendell Stevens is creeping through his wallet. And you notice that there's 2 names now. So this person originally told Wendell Stevens and some of his associates, including Jim Delatoso, one-time image analyst you may be familiar with from the UFO community, that his name was Connor O'Ryan. Turns out his name was Derek Hennessy, not Connor O'Ryan, at least if we are to believe Wendell Stevens, who was creeping in his wallet while the guy was taking a shower naked in his house. And remember that Wendell Stevens was a child sex creeper. So, yeah, a little creepy.
Withholding, salary base and withholding. And it showed that he was earning $72,000 a year. Well, I didn't want him to know that I was snooping in his wallet, so I folded it all up carefully, put it all back exactly the way it was, and put it back on the table. He did not know that I had discovered this. I had to kind of bait him to get some answers. I asked him what he was doing, and he said something about a special mission. I said, what's a special mission? He said, taking care of government business. He said, we're trained, recruited and trained to take care of enemies of the American government. He said, if they're spies, they're spies. They're enemies of the government. That's our duty.
Yes, and so this person, Connor O'Ryan, or Derek Hennessy, which I believe might have been his real name or was his real name, in addition to knowing all the secrets of Area 51, which Mr. Wendell Stevens desperately wanted to know about, also was a government hitman who meets Wendell Stevens in the middle of one of his assassination missions. And even though Wendell Stevens was told that this man was an assassin, while he was taking a shower, he was rifling through his wallet to find evidence somehow. Great story, but Mr. Wendell Stevens never produced these documents that he's claiming this is a trust me dude story.
He was also drawing the sergeant's pay, and he told me that he was drawing special pay outside of the country, deposited in accounts outside of the country.
We got offshore accounts.
He said, I got $5,000 bonus for each special mission.
Yeah, and notice all the talk of all the money this man had. He was telling Wendell Stevens that he had all of this money, including $200,000 in savings. He was getting $5,000 bonuses for his assassination missions, in between guarding the most secret base on Earth that had the aliens and the flying saucers in them. he was also going on assassination missions, and he had amassed $200,000. Remember that point, because it is extremely important later. And also that he claimed to Wendell Stevens he was getting $5,000 whack bonuses for every person he's whacking as a government assassin.
I said, what's the special mission? He says, that's carrying out a mission for the government to terminate a person that they can't afford to bring to trial because it might reveal too much. So they terminate him another way so that the secrets don't get out. In the same cards, folded the same way with the W4 statement, was a copy of a hit order and a mug sheet. The mug sheet.
Wendell Stevens is seeing this guy getting ready to go murder somebody, and instead of, you know, writing down the guy's name and warning the guy he's about to get whacked, Wendell Stevens is more concerned with making videos to sell people. Remember, these were mail order for a time, I believe, on VHS tape from Wendell Stevens, you know, business. You too could learn all about S4 for a fee and get a bunch of VHS tapes delivered to your home. Instead of warning somebody they're about to get murdered by a man in black, top secret government assassin, Wendell Stevens was more concerned with making these videos to sell people on VHS tape. It's so ridiculous.
Showed a front and face photographs of the hit, the 18th hit, handprint and fingerprints for all the 10 fingers, and a name and an address. And I folded that the same way and put it back, all back in his wallet, so he didn't know that I had seen it. But later I got him to tell me about his special missions, and he told me about the 18th one being his last one.
Yeah, so Wendell Stevens had the next hits, name, address, I guess phone number, even the guy's fingerprints. But instead of warning the guy who's about to get murdered, Wendell Stevens is more concerned with filming this guy out in the desert, telling his alien stories. And he never warned the person who was about to get whacked by this top secret man in black who guards alien bases, but in between guarding the alien base at Area 51, he's running around whacking people. Great.
I fished a little bit and got more information, but I never did tell him that I'd looked in his wallet. I don't think he ever knew that.
When you took it out of his wallet, did you go over and scan it on your copy? Is that how you got copies?
And made a copy, yeah.
Okay.
This is the hit order.
Oh, we do. We get to see the hit order
that he received under his in a valise with his clothes, was the hit order and his instructions to report to, says, Ghostwalker, you are to report to the American Embassy in Budapest, Hungary. You will be received by S.A. Grey Wolf. As a unit, you will proceed to terminate ex-S.A. David T. Johnson. That's the hit order.
I wonder if he actually tried to find the guy that was in the hit order, or if he warned the guy, or if the guy's still alive.
And there's David T. Johnson. He was a Army Green Beret.
Well, now we have a mission. We're going to check on this so-called victim of the murderous Area 51 security guard.
Staff officer in the American Embassy in Budapest.
Murdered.
Murdered.
By Connor O'Ryan.
By Connor O'Ryan and his partner. They both put bullets in him. His partner was S.A. Grey Wolf.
Zoom in, you can see it's the CIA.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but I find it a little bit hard to believe that if the CIA is sending people out to kill people, that they're giving them paperwork with the CIA letterhead on it. Like, here's your CIA orders, and right in black and white, and we'll print it out for you. You can put it in your wallet so you know who to kill for the CIA next. I think this is ridiculous. Ask anybody that knows anything about CIA operations. I doubt that they would put this in writing, but this is probably one of his prover maneuvers for proving that the story is actually real. But these things can be verified, these names that he's mentioning. I have never, to be clear, I have never dug in this deeply to, you know, try to verify these claims of this guy being a CIA assassin, but I do have more information on Connor O'Ryan, or and his other name, and we'll get to that.
Connor O'Ryan was Ghost Walker.
Oh, he's a Ghost Walker. Great
when
code
they were on
name.
missions like that, they were not allowed to exchange names. He never knew who Grey Wolf was. He was in level 2 of S4 when he found a note under his pillow after he'd gone off shift. Report to his sergeant. The sergeant handed him an envelope and told him his car was waiting.
And now Dick Cheney gets added to this story because, you know, at the time, Dick Cheney was the big bad government guy.
They drive him to Las Vegas to the bus station. When he got to the bus station in Las Vegas, he knew, having done this before, that he would look for a key taped to the back of the locker. So he felt
Hi, Melissa Mayer.
So he found a key
Welcome.
taped there. It had the locker number. He opened the locker and took out a valise.
I believe it was. Yeah.
Valise. Nice one. With a suit of clothes, shoes, socks, shirt, tie, and everything for business travel.
I agree, Megan Scott. The CIA is a little smarter than
put
that.
his clothes back in the locker, his Marine clothes back in the locker, and took the bus down to Los Angeles and the airline ticket to Budapest. And had a schedule and everything else on. So he
Level
somebody
2
had already coordinated. He didn't have a long wait anyway.
Exactly.
The last
Luis
one, the
Caetano.
18th one, when he was sent to Budapest, Hungary, he was paired with another.
And it should be noted that this really was Mr. Wendell Stevens' last big grift. This was Wendell Stevens' last big cash in. And I'm told he made a lot of money selling VHS tapes of this story, Luis Caetano, which you could order by mail order for a time, and he would sell at UFO conferences. So you too could get all the truth about that alien base that you heard about Bob Lazar talk about. I don't think it's a coincidence that so many of these people built on already existing mythology, which was the foundation of which was laid by Bob Lazar, who, not coincidentally, was another, in my view, fake whistleblower. He was a convicted pimp who was bankrupt. His wife was a murderer. I'm talking about Bob Lazar. He could never have been cleared to work at any secret government location, but okay, he laid the foundation and everybody believed Bob Lazar that there was an S4 base. Suddenly, years after Bob Lazar, other people would try to cash in on the Bob Lazar mythos or mythology or stories first created by Bob Lazar by expanding on them. And both Dan Burish did so, and so did this Connor O'Ryan, giving more details about the base and how many aliens they had and how many bodies they had and how many spaceships were there and what they were doing with them. Fantastic stories, no evidence.
CIA agent or another agent like himself was another special forces troop. And they were given Hungarian clothes and Hungarian weapons and ammunition, shoes and everything to do it. Mugshots of their hit and where he lived, maps of where he lived, his routes that he traveled, where he went to church, where he went to the grocery store and everything. And they took him out together, one on each side of his car. When he came out of the grocery store with his groceries, putting them in his car, they hit him from both sides with his 2 teenage kids in the car. And
now, I'm sure if a murder like that occurred anywhere in the world, there would be newspaper coverage of it. How much you want to bet there is no newspaper coverage of a man being gunned down by 2 mysterious assassins while their children watched? And this leads us to this sort of CIA top secret, secret agent stuff that always also gets injected into these UFO and alien whistleblower stories, or often does.
Put 7 or 8 bullets in him, and he died. See, and they just pocketed their weapons and walked away in the crowd. They looked like everybody else there, and they went back to the American embassy, reported to the attaché, who gave them the clothes and the guns and the money. The attaché gave them their clothes, but traveling clothes back, and drove them to the airport, and they went home. Now that's what a mission was. And they were given back their American clothes and money.
I'm giving back. So after you kill people, then you just go to the American embassy and they just give you your American clothes back and you fly home and you get a bonus for the murders. So the story of Connor O'Ryan, really is a cautionary tale. It was brought to us by a person who was a multiple convicted felon who did jail time for child-related predatory offenses. And you know what I mean, but YouTube doesn't like that P word, so I will leave it at that. And that would be one Wendell Stevens. All of the court documents are available that prove Wendell Stevens was a criminal, a very serious criminal. And besides selling alien stories, he did jail time for being a child-related predator. Interestingly, I did receive additional information about Connor O'Ryan and his story from one Jim Delatoso, who told me that Connor O'Ryan was not who he claimed to be. We heard Wendell Stevens talk about multiple names that this man had in his wallet. It appears that Mr. Connor O'Ryan was not a military special forces person, but we can guess that he was lying about his military background because he told Wendell Stevens that he joined the Marines and then he became a SEAL. That's not how becoming a SEAL works. Ask any real and verifiable Navy SEAL. Connor O'Ryan's military claims are completely and totally fictitious. And further, I was told by Jim Delatoso, who was around when Wendell Stevens was milking this man for his stories to sell and make VHS tapes and sell at UFO conferences. While Wendell Stevens was doing that, apparently this person who he milked for these alien stories to sell, Connor O'Ryan, a lot like Wendell Stevens, was a convicted criminal and homeless drifter. Maybe grifter and drifter. But I was told by Jim Delatoso and one other source that Connor O'Ryan just showed up one day at Wendell Stevens' door and started telling him that he could tell him the real truth about the aliens at Area 51 for a price. And so Wendell Stevens and him began to negotiate. Connor O'Ryan wanted a place to stay, and he wanted cigarettes and liquor and beer. And all of this, cigarettes, liquor, and beer, allegedly or apparently, was provided by Wendell Stevens so long as Connor would agree that Wendell Stevens keep filming him talking about this top secret aliens that he was aware of while he worked at Area 51. Now, what we do know is that Mr. Connor O'Ryan or the other names mentioned cannot be verified as a member of any SEAL team. And we know that because anybody who becomes a SEAL, it is public record. Their name is in a list of Navy SEALs. Guess who wasn't on the list of real SEALs? Connor O'Ryan. And we can guess that he wasn't a real Navy SEAL because Navy SEALs are Navy. You don't join the Marines to become a Navy SEAL. It makes absolutely no sense. And then, of course, Mr. Connor O'Ryan is just one of an incredible amount of people involved in UFOs and aliens that claim to be a Navy SEAL. You might be aware that Linda Moulton Howe used fake Navy SEALs to sell stories. It appears that Mr. Wendell Stevens and Connor O'Ryan used the mythos of the Navy SEALs to sell his credibility. Why would he be an Area 51 security guard? Well, he was special forces. He was a SEAL. And those guys are badasses. So that's the kind of people we want guarding the highest, most secret thing in the United States government, the existence of this base where we're studying the aliens and the alien technology. But the entire story falls apart. Jim Delatoso told me that Mr. Connor O'Ryan, Wendell Stevens sort of leaned on him because they needed a place for this homeless drifter to stay while Wendell was extracting all these alien stories and filming him. They needed a place for him to stay, so he stayed at Jim Delatoso's home at the time, which was also a research center. Jim Delatoso was doing a lot of like computer research into computer networking, and he had some kind of technology company, so he had this sort of like compound, and he had someplace for this man to stay. And boy, I heard some harrowing stories about this man and drugs and liquor. And, you know, they had to constantly keep feeding this guy cigarettes and liquor and give him money so he could go find drugs, allegedly. Interestingly, none of the information presented by this Connor O'Ryan has ever panned out to be verifiably true. And to me, it's no surprise that one criminal used another petty criminal who made fantastic fairy tales, made fantastic claims. And remember, Mr. Wendell Stevens recounted in his retelling of this story that this man, Connor O'Ryan, claimed that he had $200,000 in the bank. He was homeless and penniless and begging for money, cigarettes, and liquor in order to work with Wendell Stevens to sell this story. And this is not the first time, friends, that I have heard some of these alien and UFO people milking criminals for stories to sell. Again, I'm going to keep hammering the point. They don't just tell these stories, they sell them. Wendell Stevens sold this S4 Informer series on VHS tapes way back in the day, and then put it on in monetized YouTube content, ad supported. So you too can hear about the government assassin Marine SEAL. There's no such thing to my knowledge, but whatever. Connor O'Ryan's story falls apart. And it would appear that Connor O'Ryan and Wendell Stevens just either they purposefully concocted this, or Connor O'Ryan, in the opinion of Jim Delatoso, I believe that he believed that Connor O'Ryan was just, or whatever his other name was. I think it was Derek Hennessy, maybe, which is weird. But this man may have been, according to Jim Delatoso, just found out about Wendell Stevens, needed a place to stay, needed a shower, needed somebody to buy him cigarettes and beer and liquor. And he showed up at Wendell Stevens' door promising to give him all the secrets of alien technology at Area 51. So it may be that Wendell Stevens got conned. Who knows? But it's an incredibly strange story. And someday I'm going to try to contact and interview Jim Delatoso, because he was in that S4 Informer series talking about what this Connor O'Ryan said and stories that he recounted to him while he was living with him. Eventually, this Connor O'Ryan just vanished one day. After they were largely done the filming of the project, the man just vanished. And nobody, to the best of my knowledge and experience, I once researched this a little more thoroughly, no one ever heard from this man again. He could be dead in a ditch somewhere. Somebody claimed that he was a drug addict, so he was strung out somewhere in Las Vegas or near where Mr. Wendell Stevens lived at the time, in a nearby city, just a homeless drug addict, drifter, grifter. And nobody ever heard from him again. So this, my friends, will bring us to the conclusion of Tonight on True Seekers, a not-so-brief history of UFO whistleblowers, Part 2. And we have now recounted for you a brief history of some 7 so-called UFO or alien whistleblowers of the past. What we find is that many of these people have some things in common. And that is, they've all got an incredible amount of stories to sell you, but they have no evidence to provide you. And I don't think that that, my friends, is a coincidence. So we're a little over 3 hours and 20 minutes. I want to thank you for your patience in getting through this. And just to be clear, occasionally somebody will complain to me that the shows are too long. Unless I cut this up into 4 parts, it's very difficult to fit this in 2 hours. And these shows are for the benefit of people who want to do these deep dives and get an incredible amount of data, information. I've heard it said, even by some of our detractors, like some people say, well, no matter what you think of Steve Cambion, you know, he's got great information over there. And that's what we're here to do in these deep dives, to give you an overview of as much information about the characters in conspiracy land that we can. And I truly believe that through the lens of history, if we look at all these previous whistleblowers, we've detailed for you 14 of them now. What we see is not a single one of any of these 14 have ever proven their original claims to be true, accurate, and real. None of them provided evidence. None of them provided, corroborating witnesses, unless you count somebody claiming his girlfriend is also a member of Majestic 12. Boy, imagine that. What a coincidence. My girlfriend, who I live with, is also a member of Majestic 12. She'll tell you I'm telling the truth about those aliens. So we've got no corroborating witnesses. We've got no documentation, unless you count the CIA kill order from Wendell Steele. Why would the CIA put it in writing? Here, go kill this guy, and we'll give it to you on CIA letterhead. It makes no sense. But none of these 14 whistleblowers that we have done this deep dive on, both in part 1 and part 2, and by the way, I'm going to do it right now before I forget. I am going to go and put part 1 in the description of this video. It's important for me, if you're new to the channel and you're following along, that you get a full education. If you're truly interested in UFO whistleblowers and the history of them, I should say, actually, we only recounted 6 of them, unless you count David Grush in part 1. And those are the more well-known whistleblowers, I guess you could say. We did Bob Lazar, Philip Corso, Clifford Stone, Pete Peterson, Corey Good, Lou Elizondo, and Dave Grush in the part 1 that we did. But just in this, for the sense of completeness, I am going to put in the description of the video, watch part 1 here, and we'll give you the link to that. I want you to let me know what you think in the comments or in the live chat. Has this been a good educating experience into the world of UFO and alien whistleblowers? Remember, all of these people also share another thing in common. All of them cashed in. They all made a lot of money. Some of them made millions. Some of them made hundreds of thousands of dollars. But interestingly, most of them had no real job for years and years and years. Corey Good is going on 8 years, maybe 9 now, where he hasn't had a real job. He just tells people stories about aliens with no proof, no evidence, no documents, no videos, no pictures, nothing. But boy, does he got a lot of stories about fantastic space adventures and time travel adventures to tell you. A common thread among all of these people is that and we really must recognize this, all of these UFO whistleblowers did what they did for profit. I haven't found, with maybe one possible exception, I haven't found a UFO whistleblower who did not seek monetary gain. There was an SSP whistleblower. He wrote the Mars records, which he gave away his story for free in a free PDF. Didn't try to work UFO conferences or get documentary deals like most of these guys, but that's a very rare thing. Most of these guys, they're cashing in. They are doing their best to make every UFO dollar they can, in some cases quickly. They want to make the money quick, get the big deals going before people start digging into their backgrounds and finding out that in many cases, some of these people are not who they claim to be. Okay, so we're coming up on 3.5 hours, and I want to take a moment to remind you that we are a viewer-supported show.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Cambion. Please rate, like and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.